John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
Freedom! So fresh, so new. Freedom! It's all for you. All for you. Freedom! Keep your ear to the ground. Talking about the freedom. It's the best show in town. Best show in town. Freedom. Freedom.
Want to raise your chess to a new level? Challenge Yourself is an exclusive, innovative experience designed for Chess24 Premium members. Train like a champ, with a unique set of lessons prepared by the coaches of the challengers. Boris Girlfriend and Co. will help you improve your chess. Play a champ. Play a grandmaster each day in Banter Blitz. Take advantage of this incredible opportunity from June 10th. Go premium and challenge yourself.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. When I started, it was John and I, there was 2 of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it, but now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Sinemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
Van beat Anish Giri with 1b3.
No, are you serious?
Everyone needs to go check out that Chessable course now. Clearly, there's some magic dust sprinkled on that opening.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Chess 24. This is the Chessable Masters, and we're in the quarterfinals. We have our 8 quarterfinalists. It was the end of the road for 8 of our players. We started with 16 top grandmasters down to 8, and it's no more the round robin stage. Now it is going to be blood on the board, as there is no option here. We are entering the knockout phase, lots at stake, and this is set 1. Now the format here is a little different from what we've seen in the past in the round robin stage, where we've got 2 sets. The players will play 2 sets against each other. Each set will consist of 4 rapid games, 15 minutes with a 10-second increment, and if it's a tie after set 2, we will go into the blitz portion. Now today's pre-show chat, let me first pull up chat and let me get you guys on my screen so that we can talk about all the action that's coming up. Now today's pre-show got a bit delayed because the chess player in me took over the commentator in me, and I couldn't get my eyes off that tiebreaker match that we had between Magnus and Jan-Christoph Duda. I was watching Peter and Jan's commentary on it, and it was just amazing. Did you guys see that? I want to know in chat how many of you followed that tiebreak. I'm still reeling from the excitement of it, and just the way the end game happened in that final game, the speed with which it was played, the accuracy, just all of that. It was intense stuff. So, but this one is all about the Chessable Masters. So let me just say hi to chat. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. I've got Chess24 chat and YouTube and Twitch with me. So wherever you're joining us from, what is going on? What is going on? Duda has amazing defense. Honestly, I can talk about what I just saw in the World Cup, this entire commentary, because I can't. When it goes into tie breaks, right? Magnus is just such a beast. You expect him to be winning them all. You expect him to be bouncing back, and he's had his back against the wall so many times, and it's just so hard to imagine. And this time it didn't. And yet another World Cup title elusive for Magnus Carlsen. It is the only title, I think, that the world champion hasn't been able to win. He hasn't been able to win a World Cup so far. The last one he played was in 2017. He got knocked out in round 3 in that one, in this one in the semifinals. And what gameplay by Duda. It was super intense, Janina. I completely agree with that. Very, very intense tiebreak there. And but now it is time. The chess action never stops on Chess24. It is time for the Chessable Masters, the quarterfinals. Let's quickly take a look at our 8 quarterfinalists. And these are the players who made it through. And these are our brackets. Wesley So takes on Jordan Van Foores. Now, chat, I want to see what is your prediction to these matchups. Some really exciting dynamics there. Wesley So, of course, he is such a beast in these formats, and not just that, he has so much experience in this. I think between Wesley and Jordan, I'm gonna pick Wesley. I think he's a big favorite in this one. He's been I don't know, on top form, experience in these knockout events, just his performance all throughout the Champions Chess. So I'm gonna go with Wesley in this one. I want to see what chat has to say about this. Artemiev Hikaru is a tough one to pick. I think this is a 50-50. I'm gonna predict a playoff in Artemiev Hikaru. We'll see what happens there. Alireza Le Quang Liem, again a tough one. I have no idea what's going to happen here, but I'm going to pick Le Quang Liem for this one, and Shak Levon. Oh my God, what is that matchup? That is fire on board versus massive creativity on board, and we'll see what happens. By the way, some exciting news. We had a giveaway. We had a giveaway for chat when the Chessable Masters started. You guys had to predict the top 8 quarterfinalists that would go through to the knockout stages, and 11 of you got it right. 11 of you got the names right. As you can see, apparently we're doing a spin the wheel. Okay, I'm being corrected by our producer that 7 of you got the 8 names right. And as you can see, your names are on the screen. I think these are your Chess24 handles. And we are going to be doing a lucky 3 winners with a spin the wheel. Let's go. Let's pick up first winner. This is fun. I haven't tried this on live stream before. All right, so let's spin it up and let's see who our first winner is. John Jason, congratulations. I mean, what kind of prediction game is that? Really on point. Getting all 8 names right. Well done, John. You will be winning a Chessable course, and our mods will be in touch with you. Let's pick up our second winner. We've got 3 winners who win 3 courses from Chessable's 3 courses. And we've got Atria 91. So congratulations. The spin the wheel is really fun. I could go on with this all day long. And Atria is our second winner. So you also win a Chessable course. And our third winner is the final winner for this giveaway. By the way, chat, hang in there because we have another giveaway coming up. Is it going to be Ice Basic? Is it going to be Renan? It is Renan Rodriguez. Congratulations to our 3 winners. You guys get very cool Chessable courses. And we will be in touch with you to give you your prizes. And now this is our next giveaway. I have to rush a bit because we've got only 4 minutes to lift off. So really quickly, chat, get ready because you have time. The contest closes before the start of the second game. So this is the question. You know your 8 quarterfinalists. You have to predict the 4 who go into the semi-finals. So who are the 4 players who are going to go into the semi-finals? Those who get it right, 3 lucky winners once again will win cool Chessable courses. So go on Chess24 mods, just spam the link to the form, the entry form in chat everywhere, so that our viewers can just click on it and enter the contest. As simple as that. Predict the semi-finalists and win a Chessable course. This one's actually easier than the last one where you guys had to pick 8 out of 16. So go ahead and do that. And I do see that we are being joined by Grandmaster Danny King. By the way, chat, we also have some very, very fun guests coming in. A big surprise for all of you. So stay tuned with us. Danny, how are you doing? Welcome to the quarterfinals.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Tanya. Good evening to you in Delhi. So it's a very nice day in London. You might have seen earlier the photo I posted on Twitter. I was out this morning walking by the river. It is just a beautiful summer's day. There we go. Tad has it. Oh, what a producer he is. Yeah, that was my little walk by the river this morning. It's just a beautiful summer's day here. So what's the temperature like in Delhi? Don't tell me it's 39 degrees.
It's actually pretty nice. We've got monsoons here, so it's not as bad. But you know what? I have not stepped out as much. So you're asking the wrong person, but it does look really nice and calming out there. I mean, that's a beautiful shot, Danny. But speaking of calming, we're not going to have any of that in just a few minutes. The chess action that we're in for is going to be quite a ride. Now, Danny, one of the players who was really on the borderline of making it to the quarterfinals was Jordan Van Foreest. That fight with Adiban or Jordan, who's going to get into that 8th place? Nobody knew till the very end, but Jordan made it through in that last round, drawing that game against Wesley. Well, it was not much of a game, but that meant that after a phenomenal performance, a tough one, but a phenomenal performance, he made it through to the quarterfinals. I think this is his first event in the Champions Chess Tour where he's qualified into the knockout stages. And look at him getting ready for the knockout stages. Qualified for the section of the Chessable Masters thanks to Airthings for giving me wonderful air quality and improving my focus during the games. Focus is going to be key. Fighting is going to be key. Keeping control over the nerves is going to be absolutely important. Speed is going to count. Accuracy is going to count. These have been the 8 best performers in the Chessable Masters so far. Danny, what is your hot take about the chess action that's coming up?
I have no hot take whatsoever. Well, I can make some predictions for you. So starting at the bottom, Aronian against Mamedyarov. I think Aronian's going to do that one. I think he's going to win. Shall I just go through all the pairings and give you my shout? Okay, so Aronian, I think he's going to beat Mamedyarov. Although I have to say, Mamedyarov, bit of a favorite player of mine. Love the way he attacks. I think Firuzja is going to beat Lei. I think youth is going to triumph over experience there. I think Nakamura is going to be too streetwise for Artemiev. So I think Naka is going to go through there. Although, again, Artemiev, bit of a favorite player of mine. You know, I think he's such a talented, creative player. But I think Naka's going to be too streetwise for him. And, well, need I say it? Wesley is just on imperious form at the moment. And I think my man Wesley is just going to blow him away. I'm afraid I can't see any other result. There you go. That is my probably not very hot take. I've probably contradicted myself from my predictions from yesterday, but anyway.
That's fine, Danny. You got some sleep, you slept over it, and now you're back with your predictions. You know what? I'm going to take you on that one, especially in the Vlad versus Hikaru matchup. I think that's a tough one to call. Both very strong players playing extremely well. Hikaru and Wesley are actually the only 2 players who are undefeated in the entire preliminaries. Wesley finished half a point ahead of Hikaru, but both have not yet suffered a single defeat. So definitely on form Hikaru. But you know what? For that one, I'm going to pick Vlad, Danny. We will see what happens on Alireza against Lei Kwang Liam. You mentioned youth will triumph over experience. I am going with experience in that one.
Okay, well, they've kicked off. Shall we have a look?
Let's take a look at the openings that the players have chosen for this knockout stage of the Chessable Masters.
It is a very tight gioco piano. We've seen so many of these in these online events. And h6, this can lead to very sharp positions. Is he going to go for a quick g5? Let's find out. c3. Well, if he does, there's going to be a quick counter in the middle of the board. Knight d2, castles, no g5 yet. Oh, well, this looks like very well-worn territory to me. So I guess we're going to see rook e1 and so on. So that one's pretty tight. Okay, should we just spin round and see what we got? Naka against Artemiev. Main line Spanish. Now, in this position, so let's go from the top. Spanish. I have to say, when I play the Spanish with white, I feel like I'm putting on a favorite shirt. It feels so comfortable when I play the Spanish, even though it's been seen 10 million times, or maybe because it's been seen 10 million times. I love white's strategy here. I've never played the black side of this. I just love the feeling of space you get. I love that bishop on b3. Here we go. It's a closed Spanish. Rook e8. Now, this is Smyslov's variation. So there are many, many ways to play this. The Breyer, of course, is very popular. The Zaitsev is very popular. Knight a5 is the old Chigorin main line. Rook e8, that's Smyslov's move. Okay, a little feint at a repetition. And now Hikaru plays d4. Okay, now we're transposing into a Zaitsev. Main line Zaitsev. Now, big choice for white here. This variation with bishop e7, incredibly popular. a3. I like this move. This was played by Karyakin against Fedoseev yesterday in the FIDE World Cup second classical game. It's exactly the same. And here, bishop c2. And I've played this myself. I'm so delighted to see this on the board. That's what I'm saying. It's like a favorite shirt. I feel so comfortable in this position. So bishop c2, I like very much. And then one of the ideas is potentially to play with b4 and even knight b3. It depends how black is playing here, but this move a3 is kind of a multi-purpose move. You're kind of waiting to see black's strategy. So for example, okay, bishop c2, main line. For example, if black plays knight b8, there we are. But incidentally, Fedoseev played d5 in this position, and the whole position blew up. Actually, Karyakin played a fantastic game. Tania, did you see the game?
Of course I did. And Danny, speaking of the World Cup, I have to bring it up. Did you just see the tie breaks that happened between Magnus and Duda?
No, I didn't, because I just...
Magnus lost.
No, did he? Oh my God, breaking news. This is news to me. Oh, that's incredible.
Tania, you missed something. I mean, our pre-show started so late because I couldn't tear myself off the tie breaks and I had to watch them through. And it was an insane match. And in the end, Duda beat Magnus. And we're going to have a Karyakin-Duda finals in the World Cup. But the good thing for Duda is that means he's already qualified for the candidates.
Well, listen,
and Karyakin as well.
Listen, I'm absolutely delighted to hear that. That's so funny. Do you know what? Just before, you see, I like to go for my siesta just before I start commentating. So basically, I went for a siesta and my mind wasn't, I'd completely forgotten about the tiebreak. I was watching the Olympics.
It was insane, Danny. It was insane. I mean, it was a lot of fun. You'll catch it later on. It was amazing to watch Peter and Jan commentate on it as well. So really quite a tiebreak match that was, and we're headed for a I have to ask you about, speaking of the World Cup finals, now that both of them have qualified for the candidates, that's a massive pressure off them. But if you had to make a prediction between Sergey and Duda, who would you pick?
Oh, wow. Now you've thrown me in with this breaking news. Do you know what?
I know. Good luck coping with that.
Listen, I can't believe that I actually forgot about the tiebreaks. I'm not kidding. I really love the athletics at the Olympics. I was watching the women's 800 final. This was a brilliant race, absolutely brilliant race. And I was watching the 200 final as well. And the Jamaican won it. Well, anyway, that's another story. I really love the athletics. But getting Duda, wow, that's fantastic news. Do you know what? I'm absolutely delighted that he's qualified for the candidates, because we need fresh blood in the candidates.
Yeah.
Of course, Karyakin and Rajabov, they've qualified. Well done, you know, all very merited and stuff. But frankly, I want to see the young guys. I want to see the new generation. 23-year-old young Krzysztof Duda, fantastic. He's really ambitious. He fights incredibly hard. I've just got to go back and watch that tiebreak.
You've got to go watch it.
I can't. You've messed with my head. I've got to commentate here. I want to go through.
I know what you're going through right now. It's unbelievable. Also because in general, Magnus playing any tiebreak, you feel that he's a favorite. You know, it is so difficult in those formats. He's just so good at it. But really, the way it was played, it was a big fight. But yeah, that last game with the black pieces that Duda won was just incredible. Dan, you got to check it out. But for now, let's get back to the action at Chessable Masters. So we've got 3 games, which started with e4, e5. And we've got 1 game. Wesley starts with the English opening. Do you want to take a quick look at that one?
No, I don't.
Should we just go back to the Magnus Duda match and commentate on that all over again?
Okay, listen, I just want to complete my riffing on the Nakamura Artemiev game, because this is following exactly a game I played from about 33 years ago, and I'm not joking on that one. I played this as white. Basically, here's the idea that after, well, you can see that these 3 pieces are directed against the pawn on e4. So, I mean, what I would love to do with white is move this knight to b3. But at the moment, black could take and then take the pawn here. So very often what white does is put the queen on b1 to cover e4, and that frees the knight. So for example, I think I've played exactly this as white. This rings a bell. And then after, well, I can't think what, but basically I played knight b3 and knight a5. I can't remember the exact move order. Maybe my opponent played g6, queen b1, bishop g7. Yeah, this looks familiar actually. Yeah, I really like this position for white. Now, I'm sure theory has moved on. Well, knight b6 has been played. Yeah, so potentially after knight b3, that knight can come in here. But very, very tense position. Artemiev obviously knows his theory very well, but it's an interesting line of the Spanish. We can move on, of course, Tanya. Sorry.
No, it's actually these ideas that you're mentioning are so important as well. Knight b6, a really nice move by Artemiev. It's very important that he undermines this bishop on b2 and doesn't allow white to break in with a4 or c4, allowing this activity on the a1, h8 diagonal, where the e5 pawn could be potentially weak. So the idea of knight d7, knight b6, undermining the bishop on b2, making sure the knight on d2 can't jump to b3 very easily, as you're pointing out, because that would allow knight c4. That's the way that black needs to respond to the setup. Artemiev's done it. Both players have taken about 2 minutes on the clock, which means that they're sort of familiar with all the plans that are there. But this is the part about all these setups, Danny, that it's not, you still have to watch out, because it can be so move by move. You need to be a little precise in your opening play, that you don't allow your opponent that one extra move that sets him free. White needs to watch out for breaks like d5 and c5 in the center. If black is able to get that, then that's good news for black. On the other hand, as I mentioned, that black has to make sure that the bishop on b2 remains a dead piece.
Well, I mean, there are some very interesting ideas here. Yeah, exactly. Nakamura's taken and c4. That's exactly.
Immediately.
Yeah, because this was on my mind. Because this exploits the fact that the knight has moved away from protecting the pawn on e5. And this was exactly what I was thinking, that actually, there's a reason, because knight b6 looks like such a natural move, but actually I think there is a problem with it exactly because of c4. So, okay, just for the sake of illustration, if this is taken, yeah, well, he's done this, then this can be exchanged, and then knight takes e5. And structurally, white is doing well. Now, does black have the chance to exchange?
Also a5 and also bishop d6, because the e4 pawn is a weakness as well. Can we just take a look at bishop d6, knight c4? What happens with all these trades as well?
Well, hang on. Before we before we get into knight c4, which is interesting, it might be good. I'm also looking at potentially
on the board, by the way, Danny,
knight...
just to mention that b takes c4 has been played. So now white is thinking about which piece to capture from. I think knight e5 is the natural response here.
But
so
Tania,
we might as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, what happens after this?
Let's take a look. So knight f7, king f7. You want to go e5, and now does black have a good reply to this? Because if not,
then the king is very poor.
Yeah.
But as you say, coming back to this,
what about c3 there, Danny? Can we just? Okay,
yes.
I was just because it's just such an interesting line.
Okay.
I'm thinking knight f7, king f7, e5. I'm also looking at our live board. B takes e4. No decision taken yet. So c3.
Okay.
How is this?
Hang on, because before we take this, there are kind of interesting checks as well.
Very scary stuff, no?
Maybe do we throw in? Maybe.
I think you do, because if you take bishop c3, it gives this additional option to go knight d5.
So we throw this in, and now I think let's take here.
Yeah, this is looking way too dangerous for black.
Yeah, but
I mean, look at that king on f8, and if you get your queen on h5, it might be game over.
But in this position, I mean, knight e5 starts to get very tactical, but also bishop e5 is interesting. This already are actually a critical moment in the game where it could blow up tactically. So I'm not surprised that Naka is taking his time. Normally, we see Naka absolutely racing out with his moves, but I think he's doing the right thing here and just taking a beat just to collect himself and get the right move here. Very critical moment.
Very critical moment, and we will come back to this. You were mentioning that this is the kind of moment that blows up the position and sort of determines the course of the rest of the game. Danny, meanwhile, action's hot in the Love-on-Shark game as well, which is pretty much expected when you've got these two players with their playing styles. But take a look at this position. Lots of excitement happening here as well.
Okay, let's go from the top. It's another Spanish and a closed variation with d3. Wow. I'm just we've had a crazy start to this round. Takes now rook e1, I suppose. Yes, so we got to hit this one. Always, if black breaks with d5 in these kind of positions, I always find it I would feel uncomfortable with black because the pressure on this pawn on e5 is enormous. Tania, I don't know, how do you feel about these kind of positions? Would you be comfortable playing with d5?
100%. I mean, these are those martial kind of pawn sacrifices that you do for play and for activity. And in this particular position, I'm not even sure if white can actually capture on e5 immediately, because there are all these ideas with bishop f2 somewhere.
Okay, of course. Anyway, it's black's move, but just potentially, there is pressure. And okay, well, let's see how things develop.
I really like it whenever in these setups, black is able to get a d5 break. I think that is the main idea in Sicilian as well as in e4, e5 structures. If you're able to get a successful break in the center with d5, if you have the opportunity to do that, and you're not losing material on the spot, I think it's something that is very desirable. And yeah, so I really like the way black has handled this position, Danny.
Okay, that's interesting, because I just think, ooh, this looks tactically, I think this looks very sensitive, and well, as usual, I'm comfortable on the white side of these positions. So yeah, but however, this is a bit different because okay, the structure has changed. Now I think it's definitely taken a turn for the better for black, actually. Ooh, knight. Then what happens if knight e3? Ooh, I suppose
that's the first move that we need to look at, right? Because you want to post your knight on e3. I mean, that's just a beautiful square. Has to be challenged with knight f1. Yeah. You need to get rid of it ASAP. Knight f1 trades on f1. Now d3 is a bit of a weakness in white's camp. So I'm expecting black to try and double up on the d file. Maybe a move like queen d6, rook d8, or queen f6, rook d8.
Yes, I'm not sure which I'd go for. I'd probably toss a coin. Maybe it's nice to have queen f6 because Well, we know what Shaq is like. I
You
suspect.
still like white though.
Yeah, I might be turning my coat here. But the thing with Queen F6, we know what Shaq is like. I think he might still want to have the option to throw G5 up the board.
I won't be surprised if we actually see G5 right now. I mean, it's Shaq playing, and if it's him playing, it's a move that can be expected at any point. I just feel that he probably wants to get that A8 rook into the game as well first. He decides to trade on F3 first. And I think the reason for that could be because Bishop D5 was something that he wasn't wanting to allow on the board. For example, after Queen D6 or Queen F6, Bishop D5. And with that, it's very difficult for Black. Once all minor pieces get traded off, it's very difficult for Black to create play on the king side or against the D3 pawn. So I kind of like this trade because it gives this knight versus bishop positions where Black has these ideas of G5, but also going C5 next and really undermining that pawn on D3.
Do you know what? I'm going to take a contrary position to you. Because
Knight G6, Knight H4. I am actually really liking Black's position.
Okay, but I'm loving that bishop. I'm loving that bishop, and I'm also loving the fact that I might be able to make a nice central breakthrough. Yeah, okay, now how do I start this? I'm tempted just to play Rook D1 here.
And the moment you play Rook D1, the first move that I would want to look with Black would be to play C5, because I get that your idea is to go D4 and break in the center. And I really don't want to allow that kind of mobility for your pieces.
Well, yeah, I was actually looking at D4 straight away. But the problem with, you see, I'm very tempted by this to play E5. The problem is knight here, and it comes into E3. So that's a bit of a downer on this one. But hang on, this one.
Look at what has happened, Danny. He wastes no time. He decides not to even prepare for D4, but instead goes for it immediately, sacrificing the pawn. And I think the idea is, as you mentioned, that after E takes D4, he wants to get E5 in.
Wow, he's in a big hurry. So, but what happens after this move?
Maybe just Queen F4 and you say that the knight doesn't have a great jump?
Yeah, true. Maybe,
or do you have a great jump?
I don't know. Let's do this a bit. Let's take it easy, because there's a lot going on here. First question is, does Black have to take?
But that's the line we have to check first, Danny. It's a free pawn.
So you like taking pawns, don't you? I know.
Why not? I mean, if you take C takes D4, Queen D4 comes in with a check. So it's definitely the line that we have to look at, that why did he sacrifice? And look at this. He decides not to accept it. He goes Knight G6.
Well, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, you can strong point this one and just go Queen F6, Queen E7 here. Yeah, I mean, I think that's legitimate. That seems reasonable to me. Now, I mean, maybe just coming back, maybe that was the issue.
Knight F5, Queen F4.
Yeah.
And if not Knight F5, then it's dangerous for Black. If Black can't get that knight on C6, then on E3, then it's actually a very tough position.
It's good compensation. Let's just say that.
Very good compensation. Yeah. Bishop C2, Queen H5 ideas, Rook coming to D1. This is scary. And if Knight F5, there's Queen F4, then I don't think it works for Black to take it.
Okay, so gotta be careful with White, because, well, I mean, this kind of thing is potentially on.
F3.
Yeah, Knight
Do
H4.
not forget the move F3, Danny. That is danger zone.
Okay, but wait a second.
Queen E7. That feels at first sight, at least, I'm sure it's with good reason. And I think maybe after Queen H4, you want that H4 square for the knight. And after Queen G5, you're thinking about moves like Queen G4 on the board. So Queen E7, just make sure that there are no potential queen trades on the board. But it is a bit more passive than going all out with the Queen to G5 or H4.
Yeah, I'm still actually, I'm turning my coat once again, and I'm starting to like Black's position, actually. Yeah, I think this idea of Knight H4 and F3 is potentially very uncomfortable, actually. So I think, that could well be the next move, followed by F3. So I think Aronian has to think very carefully how he's going to deal with this. So, I mean, the move I wanted to make actually was Queen H5 to put a bit of pressure here, but F3 is very uncomfortable.
And f3, you don't even blink before you make this move because
Yeah.
f2 is such a threat. And after g takes f3, look at that square on f4.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you just go knight f4 anyway. Knight f4, queen e5, queen h4. Danny, white is not surviving that stuff.
This looks absolutely terrifying, doesn't it? Absolutely terrifying.
Mega scary.
And yeah, the Mr. Rook about to join the party as well. So yeah, we don't like that at all. So this is the problem. And anyway, knight h4 is a kind of threat. I wonder, does he have to step back with queen f2?
But
Maybe.
then f3 anyway, we don't care, right?
Yeah, but my point was, I mean, I know this doesn't look very attractive, but then I can close with g3.
Ooh, and then after queen g5.
Well, listen, I don't like it, but I was just thinking, I think I might just have to do this. And now king h2. Because at least I can now attack this pawn. In fact, the funny thing is I can attack it with every single one of my pieces.
And if I lose the f3 pawn without spoiling the structure that white has on the king side, then well, you are a pawn up and a very healthy pawn up.
But to be honest, I'm struggling to find another move for white here. Seriously.
Okay, so let's have queen f2. Let's see queen f2 because it's a nice idea. And you can also play rook d3 next, just making sure that black doesn't get f3 in. Can black actually wait with that? A move like knight h4 comes to mind. So how do you respond to knight h4?
I'm kind of grumbling here.
I want to go rook f6, rook g6, just giving you a heads up. After queen g5, just to not lose that knight on h4.
Okay, I'm going to give you a heads up. Rook f6, I'll take the knight.
Yeah, that's what I said. After queen g5.
After queen g5, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, no, I think it's a very attractive position for black. I really don't like queen f2. It feels so passive, but I just don't know what to play with white. He's gone rook d3.
Okay, so that's it. I think it kind of echoes your idea, Danny, that after knight h4, queen f2, f3 is still defended. You can still go g3. Let's just quickly show that how that would work out. If instead of rook f6, black goes knight h4 here, queen f2.
Yeah.
And still after f3, there's your move g3.
Yeah.
Which keeps things under control.
Just about, yeah. It's not beautiful. I mean, it feels like white is having to sort of arrange his pieces frankly, in quite an awkward way in order to deal with this threat of f3. I think, for an attacker like Shaq, he is going to be absolutely delighted with this position.
Danny, this is where the fire's at, and we will jump straight back to it. But I want to get your update on the two other boards we haven't had a look at. There's an endgame already in the Alireza Lekwang Liam game, and white has an extra pawn opposite color bishop. Is this just going to fizzle out into a draw?
It certainly is. I don't think we need to dwell too long on this board. So let's move on and look at Wesley against Jorn van Foreest. Okay, now this one is more interesting. Wesley with white. I think it's pretty clear that Wesley has the advantage. How much of an advantage? Those pieces look very nice, don't they? The bishop's screaming down at the queen side, and knight c5 coming. It looks like a lot of fun for Wesley, I've got to say. I'm not sure what black plays in this position. Very tough one for Jordan already, I think. f5, okay, that helps. Looking at b2, but we could be incredibly greedy and take that. Probably not very good. Do we have to be just a little bit prudent for a moment? Something like rook c2, knight b4. Yeah, not so great. Okay, f5, that's fighting because that's kind of annoying. I don't know. Tania, can you see a move that just kind of shuts it down? Because it feels like white is very close to a big advantage here.
I'm thinking about stuff which is very direct here. Bishop g5, knight c5, and there is the b2 pawn hanging, but I'm trying to make some tactics work around taking on b7 or the rook on e6 or the bishop on e6. Now you have to go rook f7 in this position because rook d7 runs into knight c5. And after rook f7, I don't believe in bishop takes c6 and picking up that pawn because you give up this really strong bishop and a lot of activity. Can we take a look at knight c5 anyway here?
Yeah, and
Might be just bonkers, but let's take a look.
it's now it gets very, very sharp.
Because look at this, Dani. After knight e6, rook e6, look at the number of pieces you've got lined up on that a2 g8 diagonal.
So bishop d5, yeah?
I want to try bishop d5.
Yeah, nice crossfire, by the way.
Yeah, massive crossfire.
Yeah, I'm loving that. Okay.
I mean, it's not easy because rook e7, there's bishop e7, bishop c1. I think you can just take rook c1. You don't even need to rush with taking that rook.
Yeah.
Actually, bishop c1, if you take bishop e6, that's bishop g5. So white has to capture on c1.
But this looks, I think it's very attractive, isn't it?
Very attractive.
Okay, so let's just go back. So bishop g5.
Then you just want to point out one more line in that. Rook f7.
Yes.
Knight c5. Bishop b2.
Mm-hmm.
Knight e6. Rook e6. Bishop d5. And after bishop a1, now white can pick up the rook on e6.
Yes. Also good, but yeah, but we can just take here.
Yeah, once again, rook a1 is super
That's rook
strong as well.
a1, yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
maybe
let's
better.
let's go back and look at bishop g5 carefully. So here, so
Only move.
rook f7, knight here. Now, do we have to be careful and maybe, okay, if I put the bishop back here.
All right, now the first line that I want to look at, because this is a different scenario, is knight b7.
Okay, yeah, different, because of course, if bishop b d5, then I've got bishop b2. So knight b7, very...
Actually, I completely forgot about bishop d5. That's very attractive as well.
Okay, but... So
bishop b7, and I thought just bishop c6.
Yeah, so this is looking promising for white, isn't it?
And rook c6. And bishop b2, rook b1, rook b7. I am loving white.
Yeah, looks very...
Look at those pawns after rook b7, all the pieces. By the way...
Oh, hang on. Not so clear. Not so clear.
Bishop d4, bishop b6.
Yeah.
But, but you know, Dani, even these positions after rook b7, bishop b6, bishop f6, I'm not really sure what's going on. Bishop f6, rook d7.
Yeah, but this is okay for black.
This should be fine for black.
Yeah. Okay. Wesley's played rook c2. Now, the reason to defend b2. The reason I wasn't sure about this was because of knight b4.
Maybe he just wants to go rook d2.
If it's that simple, then fine.
As the
yeah, I mean, I was thinking that you know, this is on prise. Can something be taken? Got to watch out for this move, by the way. Bishop c5.
Bishop c5. Also,
yeah.
bishop b7 is a threat.
Yeah. So let's just try this. I mean, it looks terrible, but we have to. Is
that knight ever going to come back? Bishop c5. Let's start with bishop c5.
Bishop c5. Okay. Rook here. Something's going to drop, isn't it?
That's the feeling. I mean, bishop d5 is a move that comes to mind that I really want to look at. I can probably take on b7 as well, which is big advantage, I think. Even bishop b7 is just simple and good.
Yes, knight a2 is bonkers. Yeah. Okay, so it's gone. What happened? He played bishop f7, knight c5. Okay.
And I think not playing knight b4, allowing that bishop on g2 to hit that pawn on b7 makes a lot of sense, unless you've got a direct idea in mind. And not finding that, he simply sidesteps any ideas with the knight on c5, taking that bishop on e6 with bishop f7. Wesley, in any case, jumps in with the knight. And now knight b4 played rook d2 on the board, b6. So the players are blitzing out these moves, so they sort of have this sequence in their mind already.
Okay, that's interesting. So is he playing his way out of trouble? The move I keep looking at is rook takes e3. I'm looking to sack the exchange at some moment, at some opportune moment when I can play my knight to g4. We're a little bit away from that, but I'm just throwing that in there.
No, that's a really nice idea to keep in mind. But the first question that white has to answer is, where do you want to go with that knight? Because there aren't too many attractive squares in the position.
Yeah.
And you know what, Dani, I'm thinking about here with white?
Knight d7.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about that. But
Are you
that's
thinking
good.
knight B? Are you thinking knight B7?
Okay, knight A4 played. I was looking at stuff like A3, but it doesn't work.
Okay, well, I was looking at one of these stupid moves.
I think knight B7, you have to be 100% sure in your calculation. Otherwise, that knight is dead meat and never returning to life.
I certainly accept that, which is why I can look at it in commentary. Knight A4 played. Now, what does white have here? Well, if we can drive the knight back, then if it has to go back to A6, then white still has the advantage.
Very desirable. But what black wants to do is that after A3, black wants to get in the move knight D5. So I'm trying to see if black can prepare for that somewhere.
Not so easy.
Not so easy because rook E5 is not attractive at all. You've got bishop F4, bishop D4, so you don't want to play rook E5.
I'm still looking at some crazy stuff here, but okay, so we could play C5.
Danny, should we come back to this endgame? Because this is going to be a slow strategic fight. Meanwhile, Shakhriyar, we are being told, has a massive advantage in the position.
Okay.
Wow, is that just a very healthy extra pawn?
Let's take a look at how we got here. Rook F6. And takes. It does look like a healthy extra pawn to me, yeah. So black is a pawn to the good. Knight C4. Ooh, knight E3. This is massive. This is massive. That is a genuine octopus knight. We love our octopus knights. Knight E3. Oh, I mean, he can take a pawn as well, but then the rook comes in. It's hard to resist an octopus. Come on.
Danny, some of us might not know why it's called the octopus knight. Can you break it down for us?
Okay, well, there's this famous game between Karpov and Kasparov from their World Championship match in wherever it was. 86, I think it was, or was it 85? No, it was 85, where Kasparov got this fantastic knight actually on D3, and it dominated white's major pieces. Basically, the rooks couldn't go to the open files. The knight was on D3, so the rooks couldn't go to the open files on C1 or E1. And it was dubbed the octopus knight because, of course, the knight has 8 available squares that it's hitting.
Danny, this is not one of them. Knight E3 runs into rook E3.
Oh no! Oh, geez, my first Patzer mistake of the day. Oh dear. So that's what he's thinking.
But you were saying an octopus knight, like having these 8 squares where you can jump to 8 legs, 8 squares, and that's how it came to be known as the octopus knight. But knight E3 is definitely a move you want to make, but you've got to be careful about that pin along the F file first.
Okay, so he's played G6. Do you know what? That's the thing. You see an attractive move, you just get carried away and you miss the most obvious tactic. There you go. G6, that's why he's played G6, because he wants his octopus. Rook E7, okay.
Nice move. Stopping King G7 ideas, but hitting on C7. Knight E3 still not a possibility. So there is some activity that white has here.
Yeah, no, this one definitely not so clear. But hang on. I still can't play knight E3. I'm desperate to play it. I'm desperate to give up my rook again. Otherwise, yeah, this would be good. But, okay, so you've got to... Yeah, okay, so we take here, and then we can bring the rook in. I mean, black is obviously better, but it could fizzle to a draw if he's not careful. Well, he's taken on D5.
The thing with rook C7 is that then you've got this move knight E3 all the time. So, you know, now that there's no rook takes E3, knight E3, rook D2 ideas become a real tragedy for white.
Now, finally, I've got my octopus if I want it. Knight E3. Okay, but rook D2. Probably
rook D2, very nice as well.
Or do we take on B2 first? Okay, it's a clear advantage. So that's why Shak is having a think. He's down to 3.5 minutes. Levon 4 minutes. Wow, sharp stuff. So we need to. I'd like to actually kind of break away from this because we haven't looked at Naka against Artemiev for a very long time.
And right at that moment, he did go for your octopus knight with knight e3, rook f2 on the board, but we can call that as a big advantage to Shak. We'll see if he's able to convert this advantage into a full point. Let's take a look at the Hikaru position.
Okay, I'm not going to go back. I'm just going to focus on this position. So Hikaru is a pawn up, 3.5 minutes against Artemiev 2 minutes. I mean, looks like a very clear advantage to Naka to me. He's going to turn his attention to the king. Artemiev in trouble. Let's see how they look. Okay, Naka concentrating very well. Normally we can divine something from his face.
You know, it was Hari Krishna who once joined us for commentary, and he had these words of wisdom that when it comes to Hikaru, do not try and read his body language. Because whatever it might be and what's actually happening on the board might be two very different things.
Well, that's true, but that's what some of the other guys have always said. You know, there were kind of the 64 faces of Naka. You know, he's pulling another expression, and yeah. But okay, to me, it looks like he's focused and kind of enjoying this position.
Well, why not, Danny? It's just an extra pawn, right?
So do we go crazy on the king side? Is it time to start hacking? G4, H4, G5? I mean, no, he's the sensible, mature Naka rather than the hacker.
There was stuff like Queen D2 that he had to watch out for. Let's just show that threat that you need to be careful about in these positions. He played Bishop to E2, but Queen D2 are ideas that Black needs to be careful about. And now that I've said it, I'm just wondering, after Queen D2, he wants to go Bishop C3.
Yeah.
But there's Bishop F2, Danny. What is going on in this position?
Okay, let's have a little look. So Queen D2 is interesting.
It's a move.
It certainly is a move. Yeah.
Bishop E2 eyes the A6 pawn, so that's an idea. And instead of Queen D2, I'm not seeing what was the problem. Maybe he didn't like this position after Bishop C3, Bishop F2. Not sure.
But that's, I mean, that's just tremendous for Black. Taking here. Let's just go back. So he's got to have something up his sleeve. I mean, I'm looking at Rook B1, but it's a very strange move. Rook B1 might be possible because the point is this: that after Bishop A2, you've got Queen F5 check, picking up this. I mean, it's a crazy position. So maybe Rook B1.
I think you're right. I think Rook B1 and Queen C2. That's Bishop D3.
Yes. Now that's
very
okay.
nice, Danny.
But it looks ugly. I mean, I don't particularly like this.
What about Rook B8? Actually, that's a move.
Yeah, exactly. That feels.
Maybe Knight C4. No, Knight C4 is not possible.
Not pos. Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
I don't know. Has he moved? He played Queen B6.
He played Queen B6 and not Queen D2. I'm not sure what's the repetition to Queen D2. I don't see it immediately.
No.
Unless you're missing something very, very elementary, but I don't see it.
But this, yeah, okay, that was a very strange sequence, I have to say.
Oh my God, Danny, Wesley So is in a losing position, I think.
Wow, what happened?
Jordan Van Forest, or no, it's really bad for Wesley, not this one.
Okay, I've got to see how we got that because that's crazy.
Also, maybe losing is a bit of an overhype here, but I think it's really bad.
Okay, let's just have a look here. He did take on A2. Ooh. It just went wrong. It just went wrong. Wow. It's like a complete collapse. Losing, I don't think it's you're hyping it. It looks really bad, doesn't it? Okay, this
is really bad. I mean, the more you see it, the worse it looks for white.
Yeah, H6, now H4 probably. Okay, he's got some little idea to disrupt, but I don't believe this.
I mean, even if you get G5 in, he just trades off the rook, and that's a nice move. So if you get G5 in, he just wants to go King F7.
Yeah, so basically he's simplifying, and then he'll be able to bring the king over to support the pawn. Jordan is winning. Well, this would be a massive, massive upset if he manages to win this one.
He goes for h5 because g5 doesn't get you anywhere, but it actually creates a weakness, a dark squared weakness, not a dark squared weakness, but a pawn on the dark square, which would be a big weakness. And also then black has hg5, king e5. So you kind of don't want to allow that. He goes for h5. And now you just take.
Yeah.
But if you take, is there something with g takes f5, king takes f5? Okay,
Yeah.
gh5 on the board, and
What's the problem?
No problemo.
This pawn is going to do the job basically.
On the board, by the way, I think he's going to just take an h5 with the bishop now. And as you pointed out, c5 pawn is going to be the decider.
Should be. But
Bishop
what's the clock
h5.
time? Ooh, Jordan is down to 25 seconds. Tricky. He's got it. Not easy to put it away. He should put it away, but technical difficulties when you have no time, basically. Not easy. Woo. Bishop d5. Yeah. Okay, at least this bishop can come to a nice diagonal. For the moment, of course, the pawn can't advance because of this knight. Okay, Wesley
Also,
is fighting.
Just a quick update, chat. That chat is actually giving us, Tania, that after queen d2 in that game against Hikaru, there was the move knight d3, which keeps everything under control, apparently. So thanks for that, chat.
Okay, fair enough.
So bishop e5, and yeah, it looks like
this
is going to be the first game of Chessable Masters that Wesley.
Yeah, it's not over. I mean, it's, you know, this active rook it's a bit of a problem for black. You know, it's one of those positions where you say, yeah, should be a win, but technically this is not simple at all, particularly when you have very little time.
Very little time. And if white is able to push these e2, f3 pawns and create some counterplay with them, then it can be really tricky. E3 you go, knight d3 check, king e2.
Yep.
He's having a think. Is there some tactics after king e2 here?
Yeah, what is the issue? Okay,
why is he having a long think? So he finally goes king e2.
There are two pieces.
Knight c1. Okay, just keep going. King d2. Then you want to go knight b3 check.
Yeah, but then we take it.
Oh, then you take it. That's right.
But so what is, okay, has he blundered? King d2. What's the issue here? So king d2.
King d2 attacks the bishop and the knight. I don't see another move except knight b3. Do you see another move?
Very strange. Or is he just saying that he has enough to
on the board, Danny, knight b3 and now rook b3, bishop b3, take on d4.
Just a draw.
That's just a draw. Can you just have that line on our analysis board? Rook b3, bishop b3, take on d4, c takes d4, king d3, picks up that pawn, and that is a draw. You can give up the, even if the f3 pawn gets picked up, that's a draw as well.
Wait a second, he played king e2.
Okay, I think we're missing something then. Unless Wesley thinks that he's playing for a win here.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Wesley does think that he's... Okay, now king d2. And maybe it's just forced. You can't avoid this perpetual anyway, because you lose the e3 pawn if you don't do this. That is it. Wesley so survives a scare.
Okay, I'm really confused. Just a moment. In this position, here. Okay, so why...
Honey, we've got to come back to this later.
Do you know what the issue is? He can play rook g6 and e4. This is the issue. So, for example, okay, let's put the bishop somewhere. I don't know where. We'll put it here for the sake of argument. There's rook g6 check. This is the issue. So if king here, then we can take this. And obviously, if the king comes here, then we can take this pawn. So that's why basically
the repetition happened.
Yeah, so Wesley wasn't in danger in that sense. So he was trying to induce Jordan into playing for a win or something like that.
Yeah, Danny, we've got to rush to the other games because they're about to finish as well. We will come back to this one later. Now, Hikaru versus Artemiev. What is happening here? Both players, Hikaru down to 18 seconds on the clock.
Okay, well, okay, it's a draw. It's just a draw.
And you take on G7. And even if Black did not have the A6 pawn, it's still a draw. So this one, we can call it a draw. Danny, the other one, equally exciting, the rook pawn endgame. Can we get an update on that from you? Levon versus Shak, because this one is not an easy draw.
No, but...
Is it a draw at all?
The thing is, Levon is pretty well advanced on the king side. So actually, Shak has to be very careful of checks and then the king coming in. So this is not so simple for Black, actually. Maybe this is a draw. So, you know, threats to play here and to bring the king in, basically.
And rook c7, king h6, g5 check is something that you don't want to fall for either.
Yeah.
So the white activity with the two g4, h4 pawns and the king and the rook more than compensates for that pawn deficit.
Looks, I think we might be heading for a draw here, actually. I find it hard to imagine because but checking the king to the back rank, you know, suddenly, you know, black has to be a little bit careful, but at least there's going to be enough counterplay, isn't there?
Yeah.
Okay, he's trying.
He goes for it. Shak goes for it. So now after rook c7 check, does he want to come to e8?
Okay, if he does that, then fair play to him, but he could be in massive trouble in that position.
What is this race? Rook takes a3?
Yeah, but I don't believe this is a serious attempt because I think if I play, let's get this right. If I play this, so the rook comes here, and then I go behind the other one. Okay, sorry, excuse me. I'll play king f6 first. Then here, and then I come behind here. So b4.
Can we go rook? Okay, b4.
But then I think this is just way too slow. The rook is in the perfect position, and I think this is going to be just too quick.
Rook g3. Rook g3.
Yeah.
But none of that happened, Danny. Yeah, very difficult to say who's winning this race, but White decides to not take a chance.
I don't think White has any difficulty because the rook is in the perfect position behind here, and I think Black can lose this, actually.
Wow, and Levon decided not to do that. He decides not to go for the h7 pawn, but plays it safe.
Oh, really? So after the check, he didn't take, he just played king here. Wow. I think he could have taken on h7, but okay, we've got a couple more moves. I think White is still fine.
I think this is just a safer option, and when you don't have seconds to calculate, you don't want to take so much risk because with a race, you just never know. You need to be very precise with that. King e8 on the board, and now Black is never able to pick up this a3 pawn without giving the b5 pawn. So I just think it's a more solid approach from White in a position, in a game that I think Levon really struggled in and just is happy to get out with a draw.
Yeah, it looks like a clear draw to me.
And now you can give a check first. You go rook b7 and you take on b5.
Okay, we're just waiting.
Meanwhile, the other Hikaru versus Artemiev has ended in a draw, so we'll stick to this one.
Okay. Yeah, well, it's just going to be a draw by perpetual. Nothing more, nothing less.
Rook e3, king f4, or do you go king d6?
King f4.
King f4, king d6 is just feels unnecessary to get your king cut off on the other side of the board.
Yeah, then rook here is well. Do you know what? That's also a draw. Yeah, but anyway, I don't think it matters. He's
king
okay.
d5, neither. No king f4, no king d6.
To be honest, it's the same. I think.
Yeah, it stops rook e4 as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine.
So the idea is clear here. What white wants to do is go rook b7 check, rook b8 check, and black's king is not really able to get out of it because of that h7 pawn. So Danny, after he gives another check. So do you think he's just going to repeat after king e5, rook e3?
I would say so, yeah. I just don't see that black has anything here. Because
if you
a3,
go rook d7, there's rook a5.
Exactly. So he's just going to check. I think we're going to see a draw straight away. But we'll just hang on for a little moment. Oh, he's playing. He's trying.
The rook b7 check, the idea is to go rook d7. And white needs to be a little careful with that, because if he would have given a check, then after rook d7, black gets the rook behind the pawn on a7. So which is why Levon decides to attack it immediately, not giving black the option to put his own rook behind the pawn with rook a5.
Nothing's changed.
King d5.
Yeah, now it's a draw.
And after rook a3, there's rook a7. The idea that you mentioned earlier, Danny, with no rook coming back to intercept the check, rook a3 will end in a perpetual as well.
Yeah, I think we're just going through the motions. They're trying hard. Fair play to Shaq for squeezing the last bit of juice from the position.
But I think it's very natural, no? Because he had this advantage right out of the opening. He broke successfully in the center, created this play with that F pawn. You remember it was a bit scary with knight h4 coming in, and all those, it looked like black was doing so well. And then Levon resourcefully holding on. So very understandable that Shaq wants to try every bit. And with that, repetition finally ends in a draw. Let's take a quick look at the results. I've got them in front of me, Danny. 4 exciting games. All 4 end in a draw.
Yeah,
a very peaceful start, but the results are not a reflection on the games we had.
Some more exciting than others. I think. I mean, obviously, let's just have a very quick look at Firuzja against Lei, because this seemed to burn out. Let's just check it very quickly. Yeah, they reached this opposite color bishop endgame. So this was the least interesting of them. So that was just a draw. But the others, I think, very complex. And I think the player that will be really kicking himself is probably Jordan van Foreest, because around about here, this looks like a technical win, but somehow it went wrong. And fair play to Wesley for digging himself out of trouble here. So, you know, we were thinking, wow, this little demonstration on the king side doesn't feel like a big deal. But actually, he managed to create some little tactical problems for black in this position, which I think that's remarkable. And once again, how does he do it? Wesley is something else to create something. Maybe bishop d5. I mean, this is all said with a great dollop of hindsight, but you know, suddenly it became a little bit tricky after f3 when this was introduced into the equation. And yeah, the king is slightly oddly placed on the 6th rank, and this pawn is on as well. So it's gone wrong. But how? I mean, it's mad. It really is. To save this one actually within just a few moves is incredibly impressive from Wesley.
Wesley's a bit of a magician when it comes to this kind of stuff. Not only is he very pragmatic in his approach, but when it comes to precise defense, he's able to find it. When it comes to tactical shots, positions that require him to take that chance, he always does it. I think that is the reason why, Danny, he's had this massive performance in the entire tour. We do have round 2 action coming up. We've got 4 rapid games today. 1 is down with 1, 3 more to go. We'll be right back after this super shot.
Quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better, live better.
Freedom! So fresh, so new. Freedom! It's all for you. All for you. Freedom! Keep your ear to the ground. Talking about freedom. It's the best show in town. Best show in town. Freedom. Freedom.
Opera is our official browsing partner for the Champions Chess Tour, and Airthings taking care of the air quality of the players. A big shout out to our sponsors for providing this massive chess entertainment festival for us. Danny, we've already got action on the Alireza, Lei Huang, Liam Boyd. Take us through the opening.
Okay, let's go from the top. Here we go. It's a catty Catalan with bishop b4, and instead of playing the complex bishop d2 and then bishop e7, then the knight has come to c3. So this is already more complex. So that's interesting. Let's see. Taken on c4, a3. Now that is a little bit unusual. I faced this with black many moons ago, and
yeah,
I mean, you know, a normal move here you can play with knight e5, but let's have a look at what happened. Interesting. He's come back to e7. I mean, it can get extremely sharp if black takes here, and then black simply tries to hang on to this pawn with knight b6, for example. So bishop e7 is, you know, it feels very unusual to give the check and then to come back again. Let's see how things go. Knight e5, and now we're back into this line. This is a standard line in the Catalan, of course, but with the inclusion of this move a3. Does that make a massive difference in some lines? We're about to find out. Queen a4, c5, normal stuff. Yep. Okay, so
we are about to find out, and to help us do exactly that, we've got reinforcements. We got international master Christoph Salecki with us. Let's bring him on. Welcome, Christoph.
Yeah, hello, Tanya. Hello, Danny. Thanks.
Hi, Christoph. How are you? How are things?
I'm fine, and you?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. It's hot day off the board, hot day on the board. Does it make a massive difference to have the pawn on a3 rather than a2? What is your take on this one?
Yeah, I mean, white has just taken on c4, right? And queen a3 would have been a move, yeah, without the pawn on a3.
I suppose it would have been, but when I don't, well, actually, I think probably queen b7 if queen a3, if you see what I mean.
Yeah,
hitting the rook in the corner. So no, I mean, this is, I'm sure you know this. I mean, this is of course a completely normal line in the Catalan, except normally the pawn is on a2, and then, you know, this is a standard line. And then, for example, you can play e5. I mean, I've played this exact position myself with black with the pawn on a2, and then played queen e6 with the idea knight d5, for example. But I'm just wondering whether it makes a difference to having the pawn on a3 that you can play rook b8 and sometimes use this square here. I mean, I just don't know. But that is the only difference in this position. And indeed, we have this regular move, this regular continuation on the board, queen h4. And as I said, I've played this with black with the pawn on a2, and normally, you know, I've played queen a6 here, queen e6 here. Does it make a difference to have the pawn on a3? I don't think it's significant, but we're about to find out.
I think the normal take on these positions with the pawn on a2 is that it's about equal, right? Maybe white has a very slight pull in some cases. It's a pawn after all, but it's difficult to do something with it, yeah, due to the opposite colored bishops.
Well, it can get quite, I mean, in my experience, it can get quite feisty, this position, because of these light square weaknesses on the king side. Obviously, white is going to have to castle at some moment, and then the light square weaknesses, and also the pawn on e2. So, you know, for example, in this kind of position, after castles, whoops, there we go, castles. So moves like knight d5 are possible, or bishop a6 to target this one first, and then potentially knight d5, just to kind of nibble at this one.
But Danny, Alibreza decides to do it differently. He wants to put the bishop on the long diagonal that you mentioned, bishop g7, hitting that rook on h1, and after shot castle. I think white also has these ideas of going bishop g5. So I think a move like queen e6 makes so much sense right now. You're kind of eyeing that c6 square for the queen. You want to go queen c6. You're stepping out of this pin along the h4 d8 diagonal. I like the move queen e6.
Yeah, and absolutely in this position, I think if I were white, I would probably play bishop g5 in an absolute shot to, get rid of this knight, which means this knight on c3 is stable and it controls absolutely key squares. So yeah, that given an extra move, I will be going bishop g5 very, very quickly. And yeah, absolutely, that's the reason why previously I played queen e6. Okay, queen e6 has been played now. He's just in time to play it, actually. So yeah, the point is that after bishop g5, now knight d5 is possible. Whoops, I can't seem to be able to play it. Yep, there we go. And it's actually quite an unclear position. Very unclear. I mean, of course, there are lines where it can just fizzle out into some tedious opposite color bishop endgame with a draw, but actually very often it gets quite sharp. So that's interesting. I'm intrigued to see how this one will develop.
All right, we'll keep an eye out on this. We've got action also on the Jordan Van Foreest Wesley game, and this is quite an unusual approach to an anti-Berlin. Christoph, can you take us through this one?
And I just saw the move 5 is very weird, right? But let's start with the normal moves. Yeah, we have a regular Spanish opening on bishop b5, knight f6, d3, the Berlin. And after bishop g5, I think it's not uncommon to see that black sometimes decides to play the bishop back to e7 after all in some cases to break the pin, but he played knight to e7, which looks at first completely ridiculous because e5 is hanging, but it probably white cannot take it. We should figure this out. Yeah, why
e5 is hanging? You're allowing bishop f6, gf6, which is what, by the way, he goes to. I think there must be a tactical repetition to knight e5. Danny, let's take a look at why knight e5 was not played.
Okay, let's have a little look. So knight takes. Well, instinctively I'm looking at c6 to just see if there's some kind of tic-tac there. Oh, no. Well, what are we talking about? There's bishop d4 and some issue here. So let me start with this one. Okay,
but
so
now there's bishop c4.
Then bishop c4, d5. Yeah. Okay, well then I'll start with that one. I beg your pardon.
I think you start with bishop d4. You hit the knight, you hit the pawn. If knight c4, then you go a6, b5, and that's the end of that. c6 you can't because you have to watch out for knight e6, but you can go a6.
Yeah, that's the one. Thank you, Tanya. That does the job.
Happy to help.
You're welcome.
Looks like the reason.
Yeah, it does look like the reason. Exactly.
All right. Now with that, which is why instead the other thing that knight e7 allows is this complete destruction of the pawn structure on the king side and bishop f6, gf6. Now I have to ask you, Christoph and Danny, that the move knight e7, you don't make that move unless you're completely prepared with it, because you're allowing bishop f6, gf6, and all these ideas. So does that mean that Wesley is still in familiar territory?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not the kind of move that probably if you give it into an engine that would show up at one of the first choices, but maybe he recognized it's kind of playable and would be good enough for a surprise. I'm actually more surprised that Jordan Van Foreest is answering quite quickly. He has taken on f6 rather quickly, and d4 also played quite quickly. So this is actually quite fascinating that he's not taking more time. I mean, it's a rapid game, but still.
Yeah. I mean, this is already hot action on the board, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, I quite like it for white, but I'm my usual prejudice. I like Spanish positions for white, and yeah, why not damage the pawns and go for it? I mean, really, and I think particularly for a rapid play game, I think I would feel very comfortable with.
And does black go d5 now or not?
Whoa.
Because if you don't do something, I mean, this is the kind of position where black just sits still, then there's no justification for allowing f6, f7. I mean, at this destruction of pawn structure.
Yeah,
So
but
you
wait.
kind of have to keep the tempo going, no?
Well, I don't know.
Knight d5, let's go for it.
Okay, but we can just take a pawn. I don't see the point in giving you a check because the king, well, could go to f8 anyway. It's not such a big deal. But if I take here,
take a pawn, knight d4.
just take it.
Just take it. And not really sure because knight f4. What about knight f4? Let's try.
Knight f4. Yeah, that's going in the right direction.
The d4 knight is hanging as well.
Yeah, so I guess just c3. Let's. Yeah,
Christoph, what's your take? Christoph, what's your take on this position?
I'm a terrible bishop pair addict, so I feel like black is not in such bad shape. But I mean, I'm not saying I love black's position, but I can imagine that it's not so bad as it looks at first. Bishop on c5 is pretty good, and currently the knight on b1 is not yet in play, so this could be quite okay.
What are you saying, Christoph? You don't love black's position. I'm loving it right now. Let's try. And oh, by the way, none of that happened. No d5, just shot castle. But I was just wondering, rook g8 and such a mess. What is going on there? But no d5 on the board. Simply going for shot castle. But doesn't this let white grab on d4 without too much trouble?
I think that happened, right? He took on d4.
Knight d4 on the board.
Yeah, well, okay. I think black has something to prove here because I like white's position.
Yeah, definitely, Tani. I mean, unless you're doing something direct in the opening, getting this f6, f7 pawn structure voluntarily. But, you know, it's Wesley. And then you just have a feeling that Wesley knows what he's doing.
Yeah, sure. I mean, as Christoph pointed out, this knight on b1 is... that's the only thing that is the problem with white's position. If the knight were on c3 already, then I think it'd be a very different story. But I mean, actually, I'm still looking at d5 here. Because that does exploit to some extent the fact that the knight is on b1. You know, just gives a little bit of activity, and again, knight takes actually. It is a little bit problematic for white just because development isn't as smooth as one would wish here. And the king, yeah, it can kind of hide in the corner. Maybe not so bad. It's hard to find a kind of crunching move for white in this position to get things going.
And black's bishop will always have a pretty good position on, currently it's good on c5, but b6 would also be pretty safe. Yeah, it can never be easily driven away from that spot, and it's just very strong. Is knight b3 and then like taking on d5, that's probably terrible, right? Or is that an idea? I love to give people isolated pawns and win them, but probably not the best idea. What are you thinking? Is that something to consider, to take on d5?
I mean, I would feel very comfortable with black here.
Yeah, like a trade, I play knight c3.
Yeah, but it's nothing special for white, I think. Just, yeah, bishop e6, rook c8. I mean, nothing special at all, seems to me, but...
Probably equal, yeah.
I would say so, yeah. I mean, I was wondering in this position just to play a little bit more actively, just to play knight c3. Just develop, you know, white needs to develop very, very quickly here. Otherwise, I don't see that white has any chance of the advantage.
Knight b6?
Knight b6. Oh,
By the way,
I've blundered another piece.
Plan.
Great.
Completely different plan on the board. Yeah. Instead of getting the d5 break in, what Wesley has in mind is to try and solve the pawn structure issue of f6, f7 and break with f5.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and sorry, I'm just going to come back to that position because I mean that's very interesting because if I can't play this, if this is just losing a piece, it's not quite losing a piece. It's not good. But anyway, then I think this is quite a legitimate way for black to play because of that, simply because of that threat. So yeah, I quite like d5 actually. Anyway, that didn't happen. So d6 and f5. Yeah. Okay. Something else. Well, game on. Very, very sharp now.
F5 is an ambitious approach, right? He tries to
very risky.
Yeah, exchange f for e pawn and then ideally play d5. Yeah, but it's not so easy to do. I mean, currently taking on e4 looks very risky. Yeah? Inviting the knight to e4 to f6.
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, this is very, very scary. So he needs to be really switched on here.
This is quite a big moment for black, no, to take a decision here after queen d2, with the queen jumping into g5 as well with the check. The f5 pawn will hang after that. And like you're pointing out, that fe4, knight e4 is not something that you allow with a happy face. So after queen d2, you can't move your knight from e7 to g6 because the f5 pawn is hanging. I don't believe that black wants to play bishop d4 either. I'm struggling to find a move for black right now.
Yeah. I honestly, I preferred d5. It was somehow more clear cut than this. But let's have a think.
Also, d5 felt like it was keeping things under control. With the pawn on f6, you control the g5 square. You're still developing your pieces, striking in the center. But f5, very, very brave approach by Wesley. Danny,
not obvious. Yeah, absolutely
not obvious at all. I suggest we wait and watch how Wesley handles the position after queen d2. Jordan Van Foreest once again putting on the pressure here. But we've got play on the other boards. So let's get a quick opening update on the Hikaru Vladislav game.
Yeah, but sorry, just before we move on from this, I'm looking at b5, b4, and then taking on e4, which is fantastically ambitious. But
let's check it out. b5. So you queen.
Well, yeah. I mean, queen g5. I'm gonna chase the queen exchange.
g5, knight g6, queen g8, rook d8, knight c6.
Knight c6.
It's not that clear.
No, not at all.
Knight c6, or maybe it is clear and white is better.
You think just white's better?
Unless the knight on d8 has got no way home.
Bishop here.
Knight b7.
Knight b7. It's hopping out. Maybe it's hopping out. Maybe. Anyway, listen. It's b5 is certainly worth considering. But yeah. All right. Crazy stuff. Queen d2. Very sharp position. Has he bitten off more than he can chew? That is the question. Where are we going to go next? Shak against Levon?
Yeah, let's take a look at Shak against Levon as well as Artemiev against Hikaru. A very interesting opening outcome, but let's start with this one.
Christoph, what's your take on this one? Do you ever find yourself on either side of this position?
No, not really, because I mean, I know that black is supposed to be fine in these lines, but they always felt like, requiring lots of move by move memorization. And I always felt that's not I mean, I can remember moves all right, but I like personally in my own games, I like positions that have a little bit more like pawn play going on or pawn breaks. And here it's quite open and lots of it depends on concrete move by move preparation. And this is why I never liked the position so much, even though black is supposed to be fine here in the Vienna variation of the Queen's Gambit. So white has taken on d7, knight d7, rook c1. They're both playing this relatively quickly. I'm not familiar with this position anymore. I know the general line is quite common, but not sure about this one. Do you know anything?
No. I mean, it's obviously more comfortable for white to play this position. It looks like black is the one with problems to solve here. That's all I can say. I mean, I think I agree with your assessment of this position from the black side at the very least, because to me, you really need to know the ins and outs of this very, very well, because one false move, well, as usual, it's to do with king safety. For me, I would just look at white's king and think, yeah, I'm comfortable with white. With black, it's all about
it's about percentages.
Mhm.
Why would I want to play an opening where if I'm not absolutely on top of my game, if I do something wrong, then you get your head blown off? This is the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not an objective assessment of the position. That's a practical way of looking at it, but that's my practical way of looking at it. So yeah, not my cup of tea, in other words.
In many cases, black actually plays with the king on e7 and simply claims that that's safe. Yeah, Steinitz told us that the king can take care of itself in a way, or of himself. It's probably better English. But it's kind of scary still, having the king without a pretty clear shelter. And h5, for me at least, very surprising move, because I don't quite know where this is going. Is playing h5, h4, h3 something that black wants to do?
It's
Does
going
black just want to
forward.
put the knight on e5 in these kind of positions and say,
Yeah.
well, you can't kick it out of e5 with f4 because there's a pin, and knight e5, still struggling to find a safe square for that king. But
I was going to say king e7. It's relative, isn't it? It's relative safety. I wouldn't describe it as safe.
Yeah.
I mean, very unclear position, but feels to me as though white has a very regular setup of pieces, whereas black is fishing around, basically, seems to me.
I don't know why, Danny, why you and Christoph are so surprised with an unclear position out of the opening. I mean, have you seen the players that we've got on hands here? You've got Shak against Levon. That's exactly what we can expect out of the opening. But let's take a look at some of the ideas that are here. So queen e2 played. Now, you mentioned all these structural problems in black's position, the king safety. But of course, it's one of those very dynamic positions. So black also has to keep up. Time is of the essence here. So how do you do that? And I'm just thinking, if we can take a look at some lines here, like king e7, or the other move that I was mentioning, knight e5, and see how white can actually make use of all these different problems that you're pointing out.
Well, one thing is, if the knight comes to e5 quickly, then this knight could hop into c5. So at the moment, that knight on d7 is covering the c5 square. So I'm just wondering whether the king should actually live on f8 if it feels like, knight d5 moves could come.
Aren't there some ideas like knight e5, knight a4, queen b5 in these setups?
Okay, let's have a look. Okay, let's have a look at some definite moves. Okay, knight a4, queen b5. Yeah, that's toss, isn't it? Okay, well, all right. I'll take your word for it, and I'll just play rook d1.
Even though probably knight a4, queen b5 is not bad for white, yeah?
No, it's okay. But listen, why rush it? Because I don't know what black is doing next. So let's just put a rook in the middle. And then, sorry.
Yeah. No, I was just saying now after rook d1, if you go king e7, knight a4, queen b5, there's rook c7 check as well. So it's very hard to make that desirable move king e7 right now. I really want to try and trade off queens here with queen b5, but it's not that easy.
I just think in practical terms, this is very, very pleasant for white.
Maybe black does not need to move the king. I mean, we tend to, we'd like to connect rooks, like everybody told us for years. But I mean, if both rooks do something, the h8 rook supports the h pawn. Maybe you can play h4, planning h3.
Yeah.
Say,
okay. I'm gonna play h3 before anybody blinks.
Yeah. And now, I don't know. I mean, I agree. I would like to be white here in this position. I'm just trying to find an argument for what black should play.
Yeah. And Levon in a bit of a think tank right now. So I think he's also feeling the sentiments that you guys are talking about. Not a very clear path for black to develop those dynamics that he needs to in this kind of a in this kind of a pawn structure, which has been compromised. Danny, what were you were saying?
I was just going to say chop a pair of rooks or something.
Rook d8.
Don't know. Let's do something like that. Just try and take some heat from the position.
All right, let's trade.
Yeah.
Do we go
Yeah,
We go rook d1 now.
Yeah, sure. Okay, now where's it going to go? Okay, I'll go this time. I'll go to c7, just to mix it up a little bit. You never know.
Mix it up.
I mean, there is some benefit to throwing these in, of course, that the f4 square can potentially be occupied. So
he goes for king e7. So no knight e5. He goes for the plan with king e7. Danny, we'll see how this game develops. But oh my God, Jordan has won against Wesley.
Wow, there we go. We called it. We said it was ambitious.
Wow.
Can we take it from that moment? Can we take it from f5?
Yeah. Okay. So f5, queen d2, king h8, rook d1. Okay, it's nice. Knight f3.
G4 is a brutal move, yeah.
Okay, so in this position, I'm assuming that something very, very bad happens. Okay, worst case, I mean that's the first thing that crosses my mind. Check. So that's pretty bad. So here, G4. Yeah, it's either very good or very bad.
And he wants to go queen h6, knight g5. I can see our live position on the board, the one that where Wesley resigned, and it looks like after g4, black is helpless against this mating net.
That is absolutely brutal. So hang on, how many moves? How many moves is that? I can't see. 20.
19 moves, Danny. That's 19 moves. Jordan Van Four is taking the lead in his first set of the quarterfinals against the player who's unbeaten in the event so far, beats Wesley So in just 19 moves. And look at that game. That is destruction on the board.
That is unbelievable. So f7 is just caving in. Well, we told Wesley he should have gone d5. Wesley.
Wow, what a game.
Sorry, after g4, do you have to go to g7? Is that absolutely mandatory, or?
Let's take a look.
Like, what about is rook g8 totally clear? I mean, what exactly does white do against it? Just
yeah, knight g7 did look.
Is there some queen c3 stuff right now? Queen c3, knight g7. You have to go anywhere, and it looks really ugly after just rook d6. No.
Yeah, but after queen c3, I suppose we have to play rook g7.
Ah, rook g7.
Yeah.
And then if you just go king h1.
King h1, then the knight's got to move anyway, and then
then you lose d6.
Yeah,
I think this is busted.
Yeah, so let's just check that. Yes, I think basically the combination of all these factors, not to mention the weakness of the king, and yeah, I mean, so g4 is basically just a killer. This is what we're saying.
What?
Yeah, and queen c3 is the issue actually, because when the knight moves, then we have the check. And if f6, then this is everything's dropping basically.
Yeah. Danny, can you just break down the very last position that we have on our live board, and why did Wesley resign here? Can you just take us through that?
Okay, so let's have a look. Well, the first thing that I spot is that this is on, but also knight takes f5 is on, and queen h7 mate. So okay, we'll try bishop g6, but well. We could just take a queen. That's my first thought.
You just win the house after knight f7, rook f7. You take bishop f7. There's queen h7 mate, so you have to give up the rook as well.
So it's gone completely.
It's gone. Unbelievable. All right, so that means that Wesley trails. 2 games to go today for Wesley. We'll see if he makes a comeback or not. It's the day of the underdogs in the World Cup. Magnus, a favorite in the tiebreaks, loses to Jan-Christoph Duda. In this one, we've been talking about what a big favorite Wesley is in this matchup, and it's Jordan Van Fourest who takes the lead.
Should have gone d5. We told him. Should have gone d5. No, but seriously, I think. Listen, f5 was ambitious. We understand that. Wesley understands that. It's whether there's a good move for white in this position, but it's not obvious. I have to say, it's not obvious.
Not obvious. And after knight e7, taking that structure, very, very already a lot of commitments there. And in the end, Jordan wins in crushing style. Danny, let's jump to the Le Quang Liam Ali Reza board, because I see massive developments there.
Yeah.
Very different position from where we left it last.
Well, it looks like it's gone wrong for black. Okay, so here we go. Now, if you can get in e4 successfully, then this shuts out black's pieces. And it looks like that has happened. So white is a pawn up, at the moment a fairly irrelevant pawn. But let's have a look.
Very actively played by black, yeah? I mean, it wasn't clear that this is necessary. He's going to...
No, true. But let's see. It feels like it's gone wrong for black pretty badly, actually.
Yeah, it's 2 pawns. Yeah? It's not really clear what you have as a compensation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at rook d6 here.
Mm-hmm.
There's also knight d5 to consider as well. I don't know which one we go for, but
rook d6, maybe knight e6 now. Or then or do you just take on e5?
That I was hoping I could take on e5. Yeah, absolutely. I think
maybe there's no good jump with my knight.
Yeah, I think that's the issue. And yeah, so I mean, this could potentially be very attractive.
Wants to put the other square, the other piece on d6 that you're pointing at, Danny. He goes for knight b5, threatening a big fork with knight d6.
Okay, let me just get up to date. So knight b5 played, knight h7. Yeah, I mean, that's the advantage of playing rook d6, is that it shuts down the possibility of knight h7 because this was on prise. The g6 pawn was on prise. But okay, let's go with the game. It still looks very, very promising for white to me.
So queen g2, the queen falls back, and black immediately captures the open file, the open c line, and after knight d6, other options possible, but rook c1 check would be the problem. So sidestepping from the check, white makes the move king h2, once again renewing the threat of knight d6, forking the queen and the rook.
Still looks good.
Still looks very good.
It's also important to mention that white is about 5 minutes up on the clock. Yeah, Ali Reza.
Wow.
Well spotted. Well spotted. That is an issue.
That is a big issue. Defending this position with 36 seconds and your opponent 5.5 minutes, that just adds to the challenges.
Yeah, but it's funny how actually we've seen this before. Ali Reza is quite casual about using up his time. He often goes down to the wire, actually.
Yeah, maybe he's the same what Grishuk once said. Yeah, as long as there's increment, there is no time trouble. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe the attitude.
Yeah.
But you're right. Ali Reza does handle the clock really well when he's got seconds on the clock. He's very quick. He's able to make precise calculations really fast. So it's not been the decisive factor. And I think in this game as well, the decisive factor is really not the time, but the difficult position that he's in right now. Two pawns down currently. G5. So is that desperation or is that actually a good move?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm looking at the obvious move. I'm looking at pawn takes pawn and seeing what happens here because, well, queen takes, we can grab the bishop. Knight takes, what happens on
bishop h4, knight f3? Let's just
knight
point
F3
that. No, but it's pinned, Danny. There's no knight f3.
There's no knight f3, exactly. So there's an issue here. So why not pawn takes pawn?
That's a big issue. So he just goes queen g6.
Yeah, queen g6.
Wait, do you think he just missed that? Do you think he missed something? Because otherwise just going g5 and giving that third pawn, the double pawns are not doubled anymore on the h file. Was that a miss by Ali Reza?
I'm not sure, but I mean, maybe he just wants to take here. I don't know. I mean, it looks fantastically dubious for black.
Can we take a look at some crazy stuff like rook e6, queen e6, g5?
G6.
G6, sorry. G6, yeah.
Yeah.
Completely unnecessary, but also very necessary to look at.
Okay. All right. I'll play here.
Christoph, what's your first thought on this exchange sacrifice? Would you consider it or not?
Yeah, I have even considered a even crazier move than sacrificing the exchange, but I'm going to. I was thinking about queen g4, which is
queen g4.
Nice.
Which is probably completely nuts, but
I love it. Because after knight g5, there's rook e6. Is there rook e6?
Yeah, that was the point.
Rook e6, knight f3.
We can just take it.
You just take it.
Yeah, no, queen g4, very creative. I like it. I like it.
Well, we're just attacking e6, so black doesn't have that many moves available.
This is true. And the nice thing is it covers h5 as well. So maybe we have to play rook e8. I mean, rook e8 is failure, basically. Queen g4, really interesting.
Very nice stuff.
Lei has enough time to think it through. Queen g4, very interesting.
Actually, there are so many attractive. Queen g4 is really nice because you're also threatening knight d5 after that, after you control the h5 square.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because in this position, knight d5 will be met by queen h5 check.
And then rook c1, and suddenly it's a turnaround.
Exactly. Queen g4. Oh, yeah, we're loving this move. This is good stuff. This is very nice.
He goes for the other one. He goes for rook e6.
He's gone for rook e6.
I mean, it's probably also good, right?
And I saw the eval bar do a quick drop down on rook e6, so probably not the best move, but he went for it.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't say, I mean, knight here, it's not so clear.
It's so attractive to have these g6, h6 pawns, I think. It's just
It is,
impossible to not want them.
Yeah, but wait a second. I'm not sure it's cut and dried here.
It's not cut and dry, just aesthetically very pleasing. Okay, so let's take a look at some lines.
This is on the board, by the way.
Knight f6 played and queen g5. So Lei Kwang-Liam showing us the path.
Okay, so he just wants bishop h4.
Okay, and Tad is mentioning that rook takes e6 is +4 according to the eval bar, and queen g4 is stronger +5 on the eval bar.
There we go. Nice stuff. Queen g4, I really like.
Well done, Christoph.
The thing is with queen g4, it controlled the position. It's still in control. This feels like a bit out of control to me.
Yeah, b2 is attacked, so you cannot maybe so easily play bishop h4 as there's a check on b2, so yeah, it feels slightly tricky.
I feel like we have to look at those. He goes knight d5. He goes knight d5, so you have to take on d5. Can we take a look at this line? Knight takes d5, e takes d5, queen d5. Is white just going to checkmate with queen e7 or queen f6?
Oh,
queen d6 played. I think you can't allow queen e7 or queen f6. It's just game over after that.
Yeah, okay, queen d6.
So just keeping things under control, keeping those dark squares under control. If white is able to penetrate with the queen, that would be game over.
Yeah, under control is kind of a relative term by this stage.
What about queen f5 here, Danny? Do you like queen f5?
Queen f5, I suppose rook f8.
Queen e6, let's trade.
Just trade. Wow, let's have a quick look.
Maybe not. Maybe that's just too much.
No, well, too much for whom? I'm not sure.
And then you go rook f6, no?
Rook f6, e7, rook e6.
Even that, your king is just tied down. We can play a king pawn endgame.
Yeah, but wait a second. What if but come on, let's be sensible. I can play.
Yeah, rook e8 is much better.
Okay, wait a second. Let's calm down, everybody. Calm the farm. Okay,
can't calm the farm here.
We can't calm. Too late to calm the farm. We need a good move. What's the move?
There is a move for sure. It's just a feeling. There has to be a move. White has to win this on the spot somewhere. Let's find it. Okay, question. Can I go completely crazy one more time?
Please be my guest. The move I want to make here is king h3.
I was thinking about that, but I was wondering if you want to go bishop c5 first, or is that completely?
No, I want to play king h3. I just want to step out. So I'm assuming that this one will lose somehow. So I'm just going to ignore that. And basically, I'm preparing for the end game. I just want to support these pawns.
But you know what, Danny? King h3, he decides to actually go for a direct idea. I was looking at bishop c5, crazy stuff, just giving up pieces because it's not my game. But obviously, Lei Kwang-Liam keeps it sane, goes b4 first with the idea of driving the queen away with bishop c5. But after b4, trades on b4, and now black places the rook on the other open file. So bishop c5, you need to calculate stuff with rook a2.
Yeah, we certainly do. Okay, well, let's have a look. So bishop here.
I still think queen f5. By the way, just saying.
What in this
queen
position?
F5, queen f5, rook f8, rook f8. Oh.
Rook f8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He goes bishop c5. He goes bishop c5 immediately.
Okay, bishop c5. He's obviously counted. To be honest, I think this. I'm assuming that this isn't very good. But
queen f6 probably is over, right?
Yeah. Let's see. Well, rook a2 check. Hang on.
Not so fast.
Not so fast. No, that's
no. That was a bad idea.
dodgy. But hang on, there must be a move here. He's taken on d5. Okay, well now we need to find out. H7, king g7, queen e7, king takes g6. Not so clear. Oh my word. Okay, there's got to be a win. Okay, I can see the eval bar says it's completely winning for white. So come on, guys, switch
so what's the
on.
line after h7?
H7, king here. Well, only move. Okay, come on.
Yeah, there's got to be.
We got to do this, guys.
Bishop f8, maybe.
Wait, what?
Bishop
E4 on the
f8.
board? What did white play
Bishop
there?
f8's kind of interesting. That's very nice. So we've got queen e7.
Yeah.
Very
King G6,
interesting.
no?
King g6, queen takes, lots of checks. No, maybe
Also
not.
king h7 simply, king g6 and king h6.
I can take
king
h7, right? Sorry, that was.
Yeah, we can take h7. That's
yeah,
but very. That's kind of off the crossbar. That's very interesting.
He goes queen g4. He goes queen g4.
He's gone queen g4. So let's just get up to date. So queen g4. Ooh, a little step back. So it means
step back.
It means his king is safe on h3. So it's kind of a practical move. And obviously covers here.
Yeah, rook a2. There's always king h3 now, and that's a nice idea actually.
E4, bishop e7. Okay, so he's just building up to. He's playing it nice and slowly. So he just wants to play bishop f6 and h7.
So does that mean that after e takes f3, you play the quiet bishop f6?
I think it does.
And then just rook a2 is just a check. And is it just a check, Danny? King h3, rook h2, queen d2, king h3. Yeah, it's just a check.
Yeah, so that's okay. That's a pretty cool idea. Okay, he's gone queen e5, obviously to cover f6. And I can see the eval bar is now equal after queen g5.
Yeah, because there's rook a2 and there's queen e6 check. So what do you do after rook a2?
Let's have a little look. Rook a2. He's played queen e6. And now the eval bar says it's winning for white.
And I wonder if he missed this opportunity to go rook a2 check first.
Let's just check that. So rook a2, king here.
Queen e6 check. And you can't go queen g4 because of queen takes e7, right?
Yeah. Wow. Scary. Okay, so anyway, he's gone queen here. Bishop f6, check. Oh, that's the problem.
What's the problem?
The
rook a1 is not possible.
Oh, he's running. So wait a second. Queen here. Sorry, I just need to clear this up. So what happens after this move?
Maybe just queen c5, Danny. Oh no, f6 is it hanging?
Then there's a check. No, it loses. Queen c8.
It loses, yeah. Let's just show that line.
Yeah. Queen c8 and h7, of course. Okay, let's just go back. So queen here. Well,
you made
yeah. So here, yeah. So that would be winning. So he's gone. Sorry, I'm just catching up. So king f8, g7. And that was that. Mate, next move. Oh, wow. What?
That's a crazy finish. So king f7 runs into just g8 and game over.
That. Wow. Incredible. It's hard
Danny, we'll come back to this game. We'll come back to that moment where we saw the eval bar dip right back and say that black could have survived it, but we've got action on the Shark Levon game. So let's go to that immediately.
I'll tell you what.
We still have a little time on the clock though.
It was kind of hard to summarize that game. I just think there were lots of mistakes at the end. Okay, so f4. Yeah. Okay, this. And that's an interesting move, playing f5. And in playing e5, that's kind of ambitious. Now, knight f4. What happens there?
Okay, play king g7.
Well, I can count the pawns, and I reckon it's equal. But okay, Shaq is trying. He's trying to get something from the position. Knight f4 is potentially a move. What's the clock situation? Oh, sorry, Levon is playing with black. Huge time advantage. He's trying to get something, but I mean, I imagine it's equal. But
isn't this exactly the kind of endgame that you're playing for all results? Because black has got those 2 passes on the queen side, white's got these 2 passes on the king side. So even if it feels like equal material, and regardless of what the eval bar says, it's just anything can happen in this endgame.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's certainly helpful to have more time. So a little bit of precision certainly helps. I think this was also one of the key problems for Firouzja in his game. I mean, he was lost for most of what we saw, but at one point he had an opportunity. But if you only have seconds left, you sometimes cannot be precise enough. And this could also be a problem here for white when you, let's say, have to calculate a pawn raise. Yeah, white is coming up on the king side and you push the queen side off, and it can be just one tempo or a little bit of precision needed.
Yeah, and rooks and knights. Rook and knight endgames, I don't know about you, but rook and knight endgames are often fantastically complicated. They're really tricky endgames. I mean, I remember Kasparov saying in the past, well, pawn endgames, they're the most difficult. Well, I kind of agree with that. Many pawn endgames are complex. But rook and knight against rook and knight, I mean, they are really difficult.
They're often surprisingly calculation heavy. Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah,
have to be very precise. Sometimes you can generate, even mating attacks. Yeah, knight, in particular if the pawn involved. Yeah, if you look at white's position here with the pawn on f5 and the knight on g4, you can easily imagine, white attacking f7, and combined with the f pawn, there could be some real attacking ideas.
Yeah, definitely. But also it's about transition as well. That very often you have to calculate whether the transition to a knight endgame or a rook endgame is worthwhile.
Yeah,
and that's also very difficult. Okay, Levon has rushed the pawn down. Okay, he's still got knight f4 in his pocket as well to spring on white. So, which is a tricky move. So this one might steam over to support the b pawn. So Shaq, with 25 seconds, has a task on his hands to hold this.
A very tough one, no? Because I mean, black, we were just talking about a pawn race. Black's pawn is all the way down to the board on b2 already. White is still got the pawns at the same spot. f6 hasn't happened. He really hasn't changed much. It just looks like black managed to give up a pawn, sacrifice a pawn, but create massive play with the b pawn. And now knight e5 is, what is that? So
he's just given up the knight. But do you know what? I understand that move, because the moment this knight is dominated, and actually white doesn't have a good move in this position. If king g1, then knight f4, and the knight does travel over. So I think basically Shaq has just decided, I have to give that up. I have to give a piece. And now, he's trying to draw this. Is it a draw?
He couldn't take on f5 because of g4.
Yeah,
so that pawn couldn't have been picked up.
This is hard work. I think he might just be lost, actually.
And maybe play knight g3 and then attack.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, once you get in knight g3, then this is gone.
So does white goes king g1, so knight g3 now, as you're mentioning, king f2, move. Knight f5, rook b5 can be a little tricky, no?
Yeah, exactly. That's an issue.
You gotta watch out for that.
But in principle, this feels like it's lost for white now.
And now king f6?
Yeah, exactly.
Take that pawn?
Yep. I think Shaq is going down. Levon is doing his speed act again. He's got 6.5 minutes against 40 seconds. It looks lost to me.
It's not taking it yet. Is there some problem with that? I don't quite think so. You can just take f5.
I'm trying to divine why not, and I don't see any problem at all. I think it's just lost, actually. I mean, the f pawn is going to advance. That'll give the knight a nice square on e4, and then black has complete control in the position, actually.
Yeah, it's nicely coordinated.
Yeah.
King and pawn, everything is working together. So
knight e4 coming. Well, not to mention rook on the second rank. Yeah, it's completely winning, actually.
It's a big point. Yeah, winning with black is extremely huge in such a, I think, in a four game match. That gives you 1.5 points already. So live on with white in the next game. Yeah,
King g3, huge move. Huge
Rook
move.
b1, the only way to defend the mate.
Yeah, but it is very, very dodgy now.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can even just trade off rooks in this position and you're winning. He goes f5.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
Just f4 now. Do you go f4 or do you keep the pawn and he goes f4? Yeah, and I think Shak is contemplating resignation here.
I think there are many routes to victory here. Yeah, fair enough.
One of them could be knight d2, rook b3, rook b1. Just trade off the rooks. And white is just so stuck with the king and no way to improve.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, let me just show that. So this one, of course, is in vain. We can just do this, and yeah, as you point out, there's not a lot that can happen after that. Yeah, I mean that's very straightforward. So Mamedyarov resigned. So huge victory. There we go. Levon goes into the lead. Fantastic stuff. So, well, we had a lot of decisive games.
3, yeah.
Very different from our round 1. Let's quickly get our bracket up and see how game 2 of this first set went.
We're getting there slowly. Crazy games. So we had Wesley going down so quickly in that game. We had, Artemiev and Nakamura was a draw. We kind of skirted over that game very, very quickly. While we're at it, while we're just waiting for our graphic to come up, let's just have a very quick look at that game. Do you know what? We didn't even have a chance to look. Okay, we've got our scores on the doors are now here.
Just really quickly, let's go through what the action that's happened. Jordan Van Foreest leads his set 1 against Wesley So with that spectacular second game victory with the white pieces. Things went terribly wrong for Wesley right out of the opening, and Jordan wrapped it up in just 19 moves. Lei Kwang Liam versus Ali Reza, a crazy game one more time, and Ali Reza managed to come on top at 1.5. He was pretty much better throughout, but there was that one moment where Firouzja could have saved the game, but as Christoph pointed out, with little time on the clock, he was unable to find the precise defense, and Lei Kwang Liam won. Levon Aronian beat Shakhriyar Mamedyarov in that endgame that we just saw. Very nice technique by Lev there, and Hikaru Vladislav Artemiev, 2 draws. Christoph, what impressed you the most about this second game action?
Actually, tough to say because the games had so many exciting points, and we couldn't barely figure out everything with the little time that we had. I was pretty impressed that Jordan won so quickly against Wesley. He's rarely losing at all, and let alone this quickly. That's really a bit of a sensation. And Jordan actually already was winning in game 1. I'm not sure how you looked at it, but he had a huge advantage at least. So he's totally dominating this match, which is really surprising. So you never know, right? I mean, Wesley probably would have been the favorite on paper before the match, and now it's completely different.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge next game, of course. Wesley on the edge. And in fact, they've already kicked off. Just flip over very quickly and have a look at what we've got.
Let's do it, Danny. And this is game 3, which means it is Wesley's final white of the day. He is trailing the match. Is he going to manage to create something or not? Well, for starters, quite a blocked position. But what are the dynamics here? Is white the one who's going to start creating stuff on the king's side? What happens here?
Okay, first of all, we're just going from the top, and h3. It's unusual to play this move so early, but anyway, we have, well, by a slightly odd route, we have a typical closed kind of King's Indian position. Christoph, give us your take on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a question how much better white is, yeah, but it's a King's Indian position, which should have some advantage for white due to space, but as usual, it's complicated. Every piece is on the board. I'm actually very surprised that Jordan is playing such a controversial opening in the situation. I would rather think of something a little bit more solid. But what he did is he just repeated the first game. I think they played exactly the same opening. And h3 on move 6, the move that looks so odd, that actually has a very clear plan. I mean, Wesley played knight f3 in the very first game when d5 happened. So this is just a way to avoid what happened in the very first game. So yeah, here knight e1, probably knight c2 coming to kick the rook out. And I mean, white always has more space and can maybe attack b6 in the long run, while you don't so easily see what black is doing. I like white very much, but that's also, yeah, a bit of a personal preference maybe. I'm not sure about your take, Danny.
Yeah, no, I'm prejudiced in favor of a space advantage, definitely. But I mean, I don't know whether it's just because I'm sitting with the white pieces on my side of the board. I instinctively just look at plans for white. I kind of need to flip the board actually to think from black's viewpoint. I think the problem is it's actually not so easy for white to press here, actually, now that I think about it. I mean, I prefer white for all the reasons you said. But actually, the kind of normal ways that white would press on the king side with, well, for example, gradually building up for f4, actually will provide black with counterplay. So it's not that simple. I mean, this is a nice move, of course. And then white can take control of, or challenge on the a file at the very least, rather than take control.
I would simply assume that white is better because that basically any end game that has some pieces left on the board should be better, yeah, because then you can think of f4 and this kind of space expansion moves. You cannot easily play them in the middle game, but if you imagine like a minor piece ending, then you could, yeah, continue to press and attack b6.
Well, it's interesting when you say that about an endgame, and I think that's a really salient point, because one strategy for white is simply to exchange off all the rooks in this position, and then we always have knight a4. So this position, and we sit the knight here, or potentially sit the knight there, or we can bring the queen over, and we might be inducing another exchange. So okay, let's have a. This is just for illustration, but this kind of thing is possible actually. I mean, black doesn't have to go in for this, but let's see. We could play like this, and then I think this is fun for white actually.
Yeah, even with the somewhat ridiculous looking knights, yeah, even that looks good, yeah, and you can probably create it in a way that the knights are not sitting on a1 and a2.
Of course, I mean, I've just for the sake of illustration, it's a crude way to do it, of course.
By the way, everything that you guys are talking about is happening as you show it on the analysis board. The two rooks have been traded off. And now an interesting question, an interesting point that you make, that will white go and try and trade off the queens as well, so that he has a free hand with playing against the b6 weakness, putting that knight on a4, as well as going in with f4, which is always tricky when queens are on the board, as you've pointed out. Now, is there a way that black can actually try and avoid a queen trade and maybe get an f5 in himself?
Yeah, an invasion on a7 is pretty tough. Yeah, so
not so easy. By the way, I mean another way for white to do what I was doing in the other variation with avoiding the knights on their poorer squares is to play knight a4 and then the queen over, and then just bring the knight back. So, but in any case, it feels like a very principled way for Wesley to play this. Yeah, so one could play knight a4 straight away here.
Queen d2, queen c2, so eyeing the a file as well.
Okay.
And now queen a8,
right.
we might actually have that position that you were discussing.
Oh,
with
well,
trading
of course, he plays queen a4 instead.
Queen a4, which is better, yeah. But maybe queen a5 now.
Yeah,
does that help at all?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but we can force it. We can play knight b3.
And queen b4 is nothing, yeah?
Yeah, I think I'll take that very, very quickly. play knight a4.
Will you though? Can we just take a look at that, Danny?
Okay, all right. So you want to play knight c5. Okay, that's
yeah, but I don't believe in it. I don't believe in it because you can go knight a4, and I feel the b5 pawn will be very, very dangerous after knight a4.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was also queen a8 check, yeah, instead of
queen a8 check, right?
Is that just line? No, but there's b3 attacked as well, so that's still not line over though.
Not quite.
I'm not sure what your move is though. Like bishop e8 or I mean,
why not bishop? Bishop f8, bishop h6 is your idea.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It looks like it falls apart.
Bad news.
To be honest, I think this is kind of gone,
yeah?
hasn't it? Yeah.
Okay, so h5 played. He doesn't go queen a8 because queen a4, like you're pointing out, would just trade off the queens ideally for white. h5 creating a lift for the king as well as maybe eyeing h4.
Okay, h4.
Yeah, black sometimes has this king h7, bishop h6 idea.
Yeah.
Just definitely
a
logical one.
Yeah. Okay, so do we go straight in queen a2? Okay, I'm just going to play in the most direct way. Let's see. Queen a2. I mean, queen a7 and knight a4 kind of looks horrible. Looks absolutely horrible.
Yeah, I mean, in the classical King's Indian, you sometimes have positions that look pretty much like that, but without the b pawns.
Yes.
B pawn's gone, and then simply d6 is an issue. But here there's an additional b6 problem, which is just an additional weakness for black, and I don't really see any benefit. And even without the b pawns, it would be better for white, but with them on the board, b6 is pretty tough to defend. Yeah.
Yeah,
it doesn't look good.
No, it looks dreadful, I have to say. Looks
all right, so can we just call this as a very cramped position for black and exactly what Wesley needs to try to get that point to level the match? But of course, still a lot of play here. It's far from over. Do you want to get a quick update on the Hikaru Artemiev game?
Yeah, let's go from the top. Okay, it's another Spanish. It's another main line. And let's see, okay, it's exactly the same as their first game. And they throw that one in just for fun. And we've transposed to the Zaitsev. And once again, my favorite move, a3. b3. Okay. Christoph, do you have any experience with either side of this?
Not at all with white. I've played, however, various closed rouleau passes. Like I played the Chigorin most of the time. This is the kind of ancient variation, the oldest one probably. And I played the Breyer also quite a bit. Mostly the Chigorin though, which is pretty different to this one, because here black doesn't have a quick c5 played. But I mean, I think this happens just in a couple of moves, and we have this clash in the center then, as it is typical, like c5.
Okay, so this is very much, we're in kind of Breyer territory, aren't we? Really?
Yeah. So my initial impression would be that black should be okay here. I mean,
absolutely, yeah.
Looks fairly active. Just one rather technical question. I think I got the info that I should be on for about an hour because you've got another guest coming. Is that the case? Just like, and I don't want to block any spots here for somebody to come in or so.
Christoph, you just stick around. Listen,
Okay.
yeah, come on. Everyone's welcome. It's great. Okay, well, there's a big question here. Do we keep the pawns on the board, or do we exchange, or do we put a rook on c1?
Taking is looks a little bit lame, right?
Yeah, it does look a bit lame, doesn't it? Okay, so let's be very brave and play b4.
I mean, it looks like black is on that pawn with the rook and the bishop on f8, but currently it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, but so, well, for that very reason, let's just go back and
yeah,
so we can hit the pawn. So we'll protect it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, natural looks like something like bishop e6, knight d7, maybe something like that. Not sure where the knight is going though. That could be just pretty.
Yeah, but maybe, you know, that knight needs to come around to protect the pawn. I mean, it still feels like it's a bit better for white to me. It's yeah, it's comfortable. Maybe push that one. I don't know. Rook a5. I'm not quite sure how to do this with white, actually. I mean, white's pieces could be better. This knight is the issue, actually. This needs improving. So if I put the knight here, okay, it feels to me as though white is comfortable.
So maybe even black's got play against the b4 pawn in certain position and has his own trumps in these kind of setups.
Sure. So maybe rook b6 or something. I don't know.
Trying to double up the rooks and create some pressure along the b file. That would be nice. Rook b7 or rook b6.
Yeah. Okay, we'll try that one.
b4 on the board, so the structure is there, but we've got a slightly different version.
Yeah.
Maybe just one very general statement here about this. Hikaru is a very fast player. He's very quick in his decision making, but he took quite a bit of time for b4, which I think is instructive because it's one of those moments that will shape the game, really. I mean, if you take, you're basically saying, I'm going for no risk at all and basically, yeah, heading for a draw. And b4 is the most controversial way to play, but also something that you want to consider carefully. Yeah? So even such a quick decision maker has taken quite a bit of time here.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good call. It does obviously shape the game. I mean, it feels to me as though black is the one who is still trying to equalize this position.
Yeah.
And I don't think white risks very much at all in this line because, you know, e5 needs a little bit of care. Obviously, the rook is very nice on the open file. I think this is an obvious plan to maneuver the knight round. So yeah, I mean that line we were just looking at, I think feels quite reasonable to me for both sides. You know, rook b7 to double on the b file. This is the weakness that black has to play for. But yeah, I'm looking at moves like this one now to hit there. Tricky. Maybe bishop e6 first, probably. Yeah, I think that's what we had, isn't it? But I don't know whether whether white flicks in rook a5 first. Rook a5, knight d7. Yeah, that's should be okay. All right, let's try that one. So we had this, didn't we? Now, is there a good move for white here? I'm not sure. That's actually quite annoying. I mean, I certainly don't want to double my rooks behind the b pawn. That looks ugly.
Yeah.
I guess I was going to say we still got rook a4 to defend it, but that can be hit by the bishop. So not satisfactory. Probably okay for black.
I think so. I think black's doing fine as well here because of the b4 weakness.
Yeah, I think that's a nice maneuver to put the bishop on e6. But anyway, we shall see. We shall see. Let's shift.
Yeah, let's shift. A nice reroute that you just mentioned, bishop d7, bishop e6, with rerouting the bishop with a tempo. Danny, we also have got a lot of development in the Ali Reza Le Kwang Liam board. So, Christoph, Danny, take us through that.
Yet another Ruy Lopez, right? Just a different variation with an early. Well, that's actually also the side set, right? With bishop b7, but white is going for d3, yeah, the Mickey Adams setup, as I sometimes call it. Played it really a lot, the d3 Spanish, and even at a time where it wasn't so much popular. Nowadays, they all play it. So we have a3 and b4 to kick black's knight back to c6, and now bishop b3 again, connecting the bishop to the weakened d5 square. So yeah, in these kind of positions, I sometimes have played with black, and I always felt like it's too complicated for me. We had problems to decide what to do because there are so many options with the pawn structure, right? Yeah, black can sometimes can take on b4, play a5, and white has different ideas as well. I'm not sure. What do you think is black's best bet here? I always struggled in these positions.
Well, I mean, I suppose there's the kind of, if you can't think of anything better and you're playing a blitz game, you go g6 and bishop g7, and you know, you look very clever because this is the what you're, you know, supposed to be doing, to do the little curl up. Knight b8, there we go. Who knew? But your thought of taking here and playing a5, or indeed a5 immediately, actually that kind of appeals to me more, to actually do something straight away, maybe even a5 straight away. I'm not sure, that appeals to me, to just go for it, but you know, probably got that completely wrong.
Yeah, it's so difficult because with all the pawn structure changes on the queen side, it's just the scope of the pieces always changed quite a bit. If you look at a5 again, just briefly, because that's sometimes what happened in my games, like a5. If white takes on c5, for example, plays a4, all of a sudden, you have to probably advance this, and then the bishop on b3 becomes a monster.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you might have play on the d4 square. So
yeah, exactly.
It's tough to judge, and I think good example why the Spanish opening or the Ruy Lopez is so complex, because there's a wide variety of options available for both sides.
Yeah. I mean, that, you know, for all the reasons you said, that it's very, very hard to judge this one. You know, because if let's make a move like this, or I'm going to carry out my plan. White can be happy that you control c4, but you know the knight is reasonable here. Really hard to judge these positions. Anyway, he's gone knight b8, which of course means that d5 is under control, so reasonable.
But I get the feeling that this is more like the calm before the storm. There's not a single pawn traded, not a single piece traded. I think this one's going to be a long fight. And at some point, this one is going to blow up. It's funny, I've got all the positions, all the 4 boards in front of me, and such a different narrative from the first 2 rounds, which was just full of action, full of fire, just tactics all across. And all the games that we have right now, just strategic struggles going on across the boards. I wonder if this is some kind of a player fatigue where all the players are just deciding to take it slow for this one. Of course, the most important is the players who have to catch up, and Wesley being one of them, who did lose round 2 to Jordan. Now, I want us to go back to that game, because the plans that you were discussing, you and Christoph were having a look at, similar ideas, and now white has full control over the a file. But is there something real that Wesley can make out of this position?
Oh, wow. The very interesting possibilities. So, I mean, the first thing that strikes me is that queen c6 is actually a legal move in this position. And of course, white is also heading to this one. Okay, so I mean, before I look at queen c6, when I don't know whether we need to make that finesse, of course, I want to look at what happens if we move the knight straight into a4. So what's the plan? What has black got here? Because if the knight, I mean, the knight can come over, but I've always got bishop h3 to try and chop it off.
So the idea is clear for white. You want to go knight a4, you want to go queen c6 and pick up the b6 pawn. That's the plan.
Absolutely.
Mm.
I mean, having a look at this engine bar, it tells us, okay, he plays completely differently. But it's not so. I mean, the engine bar says it's not so terrible for black, which looks strange to me. I thought that white was more or less dominating, but he played totally differently. Played knight to f2, probably thinking about bishop h3. Yeah.
I guess so, but very interesting that he didn't want to go for that. But it's yeah, absolutely fascinating. I mean, white plays this with zero risk. This is the joy of this position. And frankly, if Jordan manages to save this position, it would be an incredible achievement, because he's just, this is like basically this is a free hit. This is a free roll for white.
Well, and Jordan's got less than 2 minutes on the clock. So that's the other thing, a very passive position, which black just has to wait and make sure that he keeps everything defended. No active plans. Wesley can shuffle around with his pieces, create multiple threats, b6 pawn, queen c6 ideas, bishop h3, trading off that bishop at the right moment to get that queen into c6. Tani, we'll see if Wesley is able to get that very crucial win to level the score. Let's also take a look at the Levon Shak game, because in that matchup as well, Shakhriyar is currently trailing Levon.
Yeah, sorry, just before, I'm just going to hop back to this one. But I don't think he needed to play knight f2 to trade bishop. He could have just played king h2 and bishop h3 anyway. So curious. I mean, maybe he's looking at playing f4, but yeah, I mean, this just feels very natural anyway. Well, listen.
I think he just has so much time in these positions that he can just improve pieces, shuffle around, and play bishop h3 as and when he feels like.
Yeah, maybe he was toying with the idea of f4, but frankly, I don't quite see the point. But anyway, listen, we'll move on. Where are we going to go to next?
Levon Shakhriyar.
Okay, great.
If black wants to win this position, it looks like a bit of a non-starter, right? And how is black ever going to have some chance there? Doesn't look like it. I mean, to complicate matters, not to be okay. I mean, black is probably not in terrible shape, but getting anything going that looks like a winning attempt seems very unrealistic.
Well, I think it's about specifics, actually, because rook d8 is coming quite quickly. I mean, obviously, there's this knight wants to hop in here to c4. So
yeah, maybe
just for a moment, there's just a little bit of an issue with that. Obviously, b3 rook d8 feels very uncomfortable here. Let me just show that. It looks, well, we shouldn't. I don't think we should contemplate that. But and if bishop e2 to stop knight here, or of course bishop b3 is also possible. Maybe that's the way to go. And then again, rook d8. I mean, I suppose the king just comes to e2. Can the knight come around here? I'm not sure, actually. Just for a moment, there's a little bit of activity. With the knight coming here and looking at d3. Does black have enough time for this? Can white just calm it down somehow? If he can, then of course white should be better, actually. There's also bishop g5 here. I feel it should be okay for white, but maybe just for a couple of moments, he's just got to be a little bit careful. Bishop e3 played.
I would assume that black just has enough activity to keep it even, yeah, so that he's not in real trouble here. White still has this nice king e2 to connect rooks,
but that's the thing. I think if I'm not sure about even, because if I think black needs to achieve something tangible here, because actually I think under normal circumstances, if things get traded off, or if black's very slight initiative goes, I think white is better.
Yeah.
So
wow. Well, Christoph, I know we've kept you longer with us than initially planned, but thank you so much for joining us. Before we let you go, I have to ask you for your predictions of this quarterfinals, and who do you believe will be our 4 finalists? Semi-finalists.
Oh, it's really difficult. We actually had a similar question in the German broadcast that I was on before I joined you, and we basically all said, like, we don't really know who the favorites are, because we thought that Wesley would be a favorite, but the match doesn't look like that at all. And maybe we slightly favor Hikaru, but I personally think that Artemiev is a brilliant rapid player. So I think it's completely open. So if you force me to make a prediction, I would still probably bet on Wesley and Hikaru in those matches, but it's close. I would probably still put my money on Ali Reza, even though he's trailing.
He's trailing right now.
And I think Levon is in good shape, and he would be my favorite in this match.
Well, that I think we can still see with Levon, the way he beat Shak in the last one, but Ali Reza still has work to do to level the score. Thank you so much for joining us, Christoph.
Thanks for having me. I hope you have a good rest of the broadcast. I mean, the matches are exciting, so thanks for having me. And
thanks, Christoph. Thanks for joining us.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Christoph. Wow, Danny, so Christoph still believes that Firouzja will come back in the match.
Yeah, well, let's see. It's going to be fascinating. I think actually we've got a very nice little maneuver here. Just very quickly, knight h2, knight b6, and knight g4. So looking to get some initiative on the king side and fighting for control over d5.
Well, Danny, we had to let Christoph go, but we've got a very special guest joining us shortly. Let's take a quick break and bring him on.
Quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better, live better.
Fresh, so new. Freedom! It's all for you. All for you. Freedom! Keep your ear to the ground. Talking about the freedom. It's the best show in town. Best show in town. Freedom!
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
Want to raise your chess to a new level? Challenge Yourself is an exclusive, innovative experience designed for Chess24 Premium members. Train like a champ with a unique set of lessons prepared by the coaches of the challengers. Boris Girlfriend and Co. will help you improve your chess. Play a champ. Play a grandmaster each day in Banter Blitz. Take advantage of this incredible opportunity from June 10th. Go premium and challenge yourself.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
Welcome back to set one of the quarterfinals. It has been a day already of a lot of exciting, decisive chess. Let's bring up the action, the brackets that we've got and the scores that we've had so far. Now, this is how the day started. The first round with 4 draws, but full of big fights. It was Jordan Van Fourest who took the early lead, and Wesley Saw winning that game in crushing strategic style this time. While it was Jordan who won the second game out of the opening, massive tactics on the board, blew open the position, Wesley saw winning it in a completely different approach. As Christoph and Danny were telling us, a very passive position for Jordan, which he did not survive. Lei Kwang Liam has the lead in his match against Ali Reza. Shak trails Levon, and Hikaru, Vladislav, we've had 2 draws. Tani, you're back with us. Wesley did manage to convert that position. Can you take us through the final moments of the game?
Yeah, well, listen, I'm kind of intrigued to see what happens. I've just boiled the kettle, made another lovely cup of tea, and we blinked and we missed it. So we left it around about here. So what happened? Okay, that's interesting. He went for f6. Now, Van Foreest went for this and took on f4. So that immediately makes the position incredibly sharp. I mean, I assumed that after f4, he would just be going rock solid and playing with f6.
And I think that's when probably White would have gone for your other idea of knight b2, knight a4,
Right.
putting pressure on that b6 pawn with the knight on h7. Again, misplaced in all these lines.
Yeah,
so
that's...
once White,
Sorry,
White did make... Go on, Danny.
I know, yeah, sorry, Tanya. I don't know. I was just agreeing, because really interesting that the knight simply can't get back to the right square, and suddenly this is happening. And well,
Bishop g4, queen c6.
Yeah, it is. Yes, I was going to say that's the issue, isn't it? Because actually the bishop doesn't have a good square to go to. Because if it comes here, then queen c6,
Queen c6 regardless.
looks fantastic, doesn't it? It can't come back to e8. So yeah, basically black is getting squashed. I think that's really interesting. So it looks like he had to go for this. And then suddenly it all kicks off because e5 comes in. Looks like a really great game from Wesley, actually. And now, yeah, unsurprisingly, these...
b6, wow, that gives up a pawn, but you trade and you go bishop c6 and you queen, you win the piece, you win the game.
Yeah, looks like a great game from Wesley, actually. So he's hit back, leveled the score.
Level the score, and he's still, I think he's having a look, or maybe he's checking some lines for the final 4th game that's coming up. Now, of course, this will be the last game in their set 1, which means that margin for error is extremely low. I wonder how much risk the two will be willing to take. But for now, we've got action on the other boards as well, Danny. Let's take a look at the Hikaru Artemiev board.
Wow, again, we need to just kind of catch up. Well, it went very much as we were anticipating, actually, with black building up on this pawn. Now, instead of moving the knight to f1, in this case, Hikaru put the knight on f3 to put some pressure here. And then we've got, oh, that's interesting. The rook is hanging.
Rook hangs.
That's very interesting, because we were playing the rook to b7, and of course, none of that would be possible with the rook on b7.
This could be an oversight. This could be a miss, no?
But it looks like this is a problem anyway. But still, white is obviously better here. But how much better? Let's find out.
The queen f3, he really wants to get f5 in. So he's trying to support that, and rook a8 trades, and now finally f5 played. And the pawns, the central pawns look very, very strong, but they also weaken White's own king. So White's queen has to be really careful that it doesn't allow queen f2 check. Black has his own counterplay in this position.
Yeah, and well, look at the clock times. Hikaru, as ever, ahead on the clock, but not so much time, 1:40-ish against 14 seconds for Artemiev. Critical moment in the game.
Ideas as well.
Yeah, very sharp position with actually both kings in a little bit of trouble. I mean, the kind of move I want to make is queen f4 to put some pressure here. I don't know.
Danny, can we take a look at a direct line like queen g3, f6, trying to checkmate black?
Okay, let's see here.
So if you go to h8, for example, I think it's game over after f6. Because there's no way to defend it. The queen on g3 defends the f2 square as well.
Okay, so king f8.
Only move. And now I still want to try the line with f6. So the idea is to go queen g7, queen g8, queen f7.
Okay, this is absolutely critical. Now, the question is, can the king run away? If I play bishop e6, is this still okay, or is something terrible happening?
I think this is the only move actually in the position, because you defend the f7 pawn.
Yeah, so can we just check this? I mean, this is critical. This is obviously what he's analyzing. And then black seems to be okay.
More than okay, because now black's coming in with queen f2.
So let's just go back. Is there something better here? I don't see it. But very tricky stuff. I'm also, you know, e6 or...
Let's try it, Danny. We've got to see these variations.
But this is very interesting, because now maybe queen f4 to gain a tempo.
All right, he starts with f6 because the players are so low on the clock. Let's keep up with the live board and all the ideas. So f6, queen g3 was the idea. Vladislav Artemiev steps with the king to f8, and now bishop e4. And this is a tricky, devilish move because it has ideas of going bishop c6 and putting that king in a massive kill zone.
Interesting. And also prevents bishop b7 in some lines. So, well, Artemiev is under pressure, but that looks like a good move. Hitting
queen
e5,
h5, queen h5.
Queen h5, but then huge checks on g1 and e1. He's got to be so careful, and there are checks here.
So he chooses the f4 square instead. Queen f4, closer to the king, safer option, defends the bishop as well, attacks the h6 pawn. Queen e1 check on the board. White's king, where is it going? Where are you going to hide? King h2, queen e2, and bishop g2 is the idea, Danny.
I think so. And then, okay, bishop can we just check this? We need to check this. This is very, very sharp.
Take h6 with a check.
Yes. And now what?
And now queen g5, you've got take on g2 and queen e5 check.
Well, yeah, but I'm wondering about the king and pawn endgame, because this is running.
Yeah, I don't think White can go for this.
No, absolutely.
All right, I think we've got some moves, Danny, and Hikaru throwing his hands in the air. Let's just get up to date with the live board.
Okay, that's on the board. I think this could... Oh, Hikaru not happy.
Hikaru's not happy at all. What is it?
Well, maybe, yeah, this could just be a draw. I think it's just a draw. Maybe he's just disappointed. He feels he should be winning this game.
Wow, was there a moment that he missed something?
I don't know.
And he immediately leaves the camera, definitely not happy with the way the last few moves happened.
Yeah, well, it's just a draw, basically. In this position, they've just agreed a draw. Yeah. So
right, so that means Danny Wesley win. Go on.
I was just going to say, he obviously feels as though he missed something around in this position. It's hard to say. I mean, this is very, very difficult for White to control.
All right, we will have a look at this, but in the end, Hikaru definitely not happy with the way things ended. That's the reaction we got from him on camera, but we've still got games on. So let's take a look at Alireza Lekwang Liam. A very interesting endgame, by the way, in the Levon Shak game. Where do you want to go first, Danny?
Okay, well, we've got to go to the G pawn. We've got to head for the G pawn. So Levon is pressing, and actually, yeah, I mean, when we looked at this way back, we were looking at the position way back here, and my feeling was that if Shak didn't get some kind of initiative here, then the position was not equal. I always felt that Levon would just simply be better in this position, and he is better. It's a simple structural weakness. And this is unpleasant for Black, actually. Okay, now it's getting absolutely critical. And Levon has gone for this race. So let's see.
Whoa.
Ooh.
So Black's king goes on to pick up all the pawns on the queen side, but White's big trump is the G pawn, which is already on G6. If anyone has any chances of winning this, let's just put it out there. It's White.
This could just be game over.
You think Black's busted here?
I think Black could be busted. Yeah.
But wait, how? Okay, because there are a million checks on the board. He doesn't give even one of them and goes queen G1.
Okay, so queen d6 or queen f6. I mean, who knows? I'm just going to go queen d6 because it's more central.
And now Black has to find a way of pushing those pawns. Can he actually? He goes queen f6. So let's put the queen on f6 because It's such little difference. And now what about the move? It also supports G7. So it's
Yeah,
kind of
it's
clear why he wants to do that.
It's a better move. It's a better move, of course.
Danny, let's try and push black's pawns as well. I don't know if checks are the way to go, but let's check the line with B4.
Okay, so push.
Let's go ahead. B3.
All I need is a check somewhere here, and then I can make a queen.
You're not going to get it.
You did it. You don't think I'm going to get it?
I'm just challenging you to bring out mean Danny. Because I know whenever I say something like that, you're like, I am going to show you how it's done, Tania.
Yeah, I'm not sure. To be honest, I'm not
By
sure.
the way, B4 on the board, Danny. B4 on the board. So black is also ready to go down with his own pawns. B4, G7, B3, like we're looking on our analysis board. Now, the point is that black can make a move with the king F8 or king F7, threatening to go G8. But then black starts giving checks. So after a move like king F7, black goes queen A7. Danny, we can just have some arrows or a way of, or just like show that line really quickly. If you go king F8, queen to C5 check. And if white tries to trade with queen E7, now black can actually trade queens and go B2 and queens on time.
Yeah, looks reasonable, but hang on, we got another move. Queen F4 check.
King A3. Oh, king A3, that was queen F8. Danny, can you just point that out? That king A3 runs into what you were mentioning. White comes in with a check and then queens on time.
Yeah. Seriously, this feels like it's on the edge. Well, obviously it's on the edge, but I have a funny feeling there's going to be something precise here.
Well, the good thing is that both players have a little time on the clock. So, it's so easy to walk into these one move losses, like the move like king A3 that I was suggesting.
But
Definitely would have played it.
Yeah, check. It feels like kind of Indiana Jones territory.
Go king A4. Go king A4.
You tread on the wrong square and you immediately get, drop into the abyss.
And maybe the right squares are king B5, king A4. And let's just point out why, Danny, if you just back up and put the king to B5, anywhere along the 6th rank would be met by queen E6 check and queening. So we can't step back with the king. And if we go king B4, there's queen F8 check and queening. And if we go king C4, there's queen F7 check and queening. So maybe king A4, king B5 is our safe space here.
It could be. I'm just trying to think. I can possibly disrupt. Okay, he's gone king F7. Ooh, so shakes it up a bit.
Okay, black got to be careful. B2.
That's very clever because now we have this check. Oh,
that's the point. Now black starts checking because any queen trade. Actually, let's just point this out, Danny. Queen G1. I want to show a line. Queen G1.
Yeah. I know what you want to do.
I want to show. Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah. So here, and the king is terribly placed on B5. It's terrible. We've seen this motif so many times. Yeah, but this is why I think the king is dreadfully placed on B5.
But that is amazing understanding by Levon to force black's king on B5 where it's in the same file as the B pawn. So that any queens at the same time and it's white to move. Now queen B8 check, Danny. Let's just draw that file on the board and show why the king on B5 is in danger zone here. In the end, any check on B5 will actually pick up black's queening pawn as well. So that means that black can't give a check from G1. What happens if you continue giving check from the 6th rank?
Okay, so shall we say B6?
Let's say B6.
Okay, but that's game over.
No, it's not, Danny. B2.
B2. It's not
madness.
Oh no,
and
there's a check here.
That is the difference, that the king on B3 is as badly placed as the king on B5.
Okay, beautifully done. All right, so let me play. Tasty. Very tasty. What a funny position. So king G, king somewhere. Okay, king here.
And I'm not sure.
Wait a second. Where's your next check?
I was thinking about queen C5.
Yeah, but then I have queen G5 again.
So can we just take a look at that? So queen G5 and I can't.
It's gone.
And it's Wow, we've got some moves on the board, and I see the eval bar shoots right up, Dani. So let's see. Doesn't that just blunder the pawn? What happens
Yeah,
after
exactly.
queen
We can
e5,
just
queen b2?
exactly, we can check. But seriously, I think that's actually instead of b2 in that position, I think queen b6, king h5 is over.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look. So queen b6, king h5.
Because no more checks, and
and you're threatening a check on g5 and queening.
Well, I'm just threatening to queen full
Okay,
stop.
what about b2? What about b2 now? I don't think this is over, Dani.
No?
It's not over till it's over.
Okay, but yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Wait, how?
Because
Yeah,
it's
queen.
mate on c4.
Oh, there's a mate one. That is beautifully
Cruel,
tragic.
cruel. Okay, no, seriously, I think this is lost, actually. I think it's, you know, the king, as we've pointed out, I think it's in just a terrible position. So that's the position on the board.
Let's take a look at queen e5. Let's take a look at queen e5.
Let's just take it.
Let's just take it. And what does black have in mind?
I don't get it. I mean, take the thing and think again. It must be
By the way,
lost.
Tad is mentioning the line that did hold the position instead of b2, Dani, but this is just such a computer line, impossible to find. And the right move for black here is queen to a8. I mean, you can't fault the players for not making this move. When you're playing a game, this will not even be in your top 10 moves that you would have in your mind as candidates.
No. Okay, it all just gets random by this point.
Yeah, this is an engine line, and it's impossible. You want to give a check or you want to push the pawns?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, what? Oh, okay. He's given a check and he just wants the queen. And that covers g1. Okay, it's game over. Yeah, he just gets a queen for nothing. There's no comeback.
Okay, wow, that's way stronger than what we were looking at.
Although what we were looking at was practical. Yeah.
So once you spot queen f1 check, you just make it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's game over. Oh, he's going for stalemate tricks. He's going for stalemate tricks. Watch out. And this should avoid the stalemate tricks. Yeah, that's good. And then he makes a queen, I think. Watch out for stalemate. Do you see what I mean?
It's still very hard with the b2 pawn. You still have to go b1 at some point, and there'll be checkmate before even white takes the queen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming this is winning.
But okay, so queen, there's queen b6 check.
Queen b6. Ooh, tasty. And then
Fighting.
Yeah, and make a queen. Wow. Has Levon over finessed?
So maybe that was the point. Why after queen f1 you couldn't queen? Because there's queen b6 check and b1 queen.
Well, what he could do is... Oh, no, can I just show something here? Because I was thinking, okay, we give a check. We give another check. Now, if king here, you queen with check. So the king has to come here. Then I'm thinking, okay, we take here. But now the king is stalemated and you can give up the queen. Not here, because then queen takes that. But we can do something else like queen here. And I think it's a draw.
Yeah, this is a draw. This is always a draw because your queen just follows the king.
Should be a draw. So something like this here.
Queen g8.
Yeah, it's a really weird position. Okay, but
okay. By the way, queen g8, g8 queen on the board. Can we just take a look at this line? So
wow, queen b6 check.
Queen b6 check.
Incredible.
You got to move your king somewhere. Where are you going to move your king? Let's say you move it to h5, because then if you give a check from c5, there's no queening.
This is mad.
Okay, so queen h5 and now black queens, and there has to be a checkmate, because usually in these positions with 4 queens on the board, the side who has to make a move usually mates the opponent.
Okay, all right. So
where's the mate, Dani? Find the mate.
The other thing is, if we manage to check on d5, then that will win the queen, by the way. So that's another little motif to bear in mind.
So queen b6.
Well, maybe. Oh, no. Queen e8, queen b5 check.
That's a check and black wins.
Yeah, exactly. Let me just show that. That's fantastic. That's unbelievable.
And that's in one move, you trade off all the queens on the board, and then black has an extra pawn. So not queen e8 check. Can we take a look at queen
That's
c4
so
check?
funny because that
That's
trades
hilarious. That is funny.
everything. That's okay. So what are we going to do instead?
Queen c4 check. Danny, let's take a look at queen c4 check.
Okay, so here.
So you have to put one of your queens. Ooh, queen. If you put the b1 queen on b4, then queen b3 is a check, is checkmate. Can we just have that?
Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so we'll go with this one.
There has to be a mate somewhere.
There doesn't have to be. There's no
There
rhyme.
has to be. What are you talking about?
There's no rhyme or reason to this. There doesn't have to be. Cool. No,
By the way, I'm
no.
looking at our live board, queen b6 on the board, and White is still having a think on where to put the king. And he goes king g7, by the way. He goes king g7.
Nobody knows why.
Nobody knows why.
I mean,
One of the 10 questions that even science can't answer.
okay, so oh gee. All right, so let's make a queen and see what happens.
Let's make a queen. I mean, I'm just...
He's checked here. He's checked here.
So there was clearly, we're missing some mate in that position, and it's annoying me.
Maybe, yeah.
Tani, can we just go back to that? The black is not queening, and maybe now if you queen, there is queen e8 check.
Queen e8,
What are we
and
missing?
then what? Here.
Queen d5. This was your idea, right? Queen d5.
Sorry, where?
Queen e8 check. Sorry, queen e8 check. Queen b5. Queen e4.
Queen e4. Oh yes, we got it in.
But you've got queen b4.
Okay, let's take care in this position.
Come on, someone chat. Dad, tell us, where is the mate in this position? Because this is driving me absolutely nuts.
Okay, so come on, let's have a little think here. So what about this one here?
Queen
Yes.
c4. So
Assume
we saw
is-
this is the only move because the other queen lands up in queen b3 checkmate.
Yeah, which is fantastic.
Fantastic, but
Check. Well, it's still not absolutely. Oh, yeah, we give a check here. This is it. This is it, Tanya. Here.
you find it, Danny?
Yeah, and then we give a check on c4. This is it. This is it.
Queen
And
b4
then-
only move.
And then here, and we've got it.
Oh, and queen b5 or queen a3. Oh, that is beautiful.
Okay,
Danny, you spotted it.
we got
Well
there.
done. Well
Blimey.
done.
This is giving me a headache, though. Okay,
Can
so
you just
what?
one more time take us through this line?
No, because I can't reproduce it.
I'll take you through
Okay,
it.
no,
'cause
B
it's
B8,
just
B1. Here we
perfect.
go. B1. So here, queen. No,
Queen
queen.
C-
Queen C4. Yeah, this one. So
It was
here.
queen c4 check, right?
Yeah. Here. Now this one.
And now black can't put the b1 queen on b4. Let's just point that out. If queen b1, queen b4, you pick up queen b5 and it's over.
Yeah. Oh, that's quicker than mine. Yeah, that's.
Oh yeah, and this is just over
Yeah,
then.
yeah,
And then you
that's-
pick up queen b5 anyway. Very nicely done. Very
Okay.
nicely done. Now let's keep up with the live board as well.
All right. So wait a second. It's gone. We need to recap here. Here, check. Here, check. And now Levon is thinking.
4 queens on the board. I mean, right now 3 queens, but a potential 4th queen. This is a mad position.
It is.
And I love how black is just taking his time to make a queen because he needs to be sure that he's not walking into a mate.
Well, the tactics still work with the king, let's say here. It's whether the king can find a safe space. So it's exactly the same. Pawn, queen, we have this queen c4 check and wins. So black is going to have to keep checking and to try and knock this king to somehow the wrong square. So what do we do? King, queen here?
But then there's queen d5, no? The other queen, Danny.
Right. Yeah, that looks okay, doesn't it? So king e5 is my bet. This is a nightmare to calculate in these kind of situations. I mean, God.
Just a quick update. We of course stick to this game, but all other games have ended, and Alireza Firouzja drew with Lei Kwang Liam, so still trailing. Last game remaining for Alireza. He will play with the black pieces, and he needs a win to level the score. Hikaru Nakamura Artemiev ended in a draw, as we saw, which means that's a level match so far with 3 fighting draws. And Wesley So made a comeback. Third round win against Jordan Van Foreest.
King has gone back to F7. Nobody knows why.
Okay,
It
now
blocks the
you
queen.
don't have Queen C4 anymore. Does that
No.
change anything?
Yeah, maybe. Let's have a quick look. So here.
Yeah.
Okay, over to you. You've got to find the win now.
But
Oh,
you know, I like what Shark is doing. He's saying if you don't show a way where you're hiding the king, I'm not going to rush into any positions where I can walk into a mate. So he continues giving a check on A7.
yeah.
And maybe, Danny, the problem with that line, if we just have that because he had the position on the board, maybe after B1, white still has Queen G4 check.
Okay. So
where are you going to go?
I'm considering my options.
They're all pretty scary, no?
Unbelievably scary. Okay,
Not a pleasant choice to make as this.
Okay, I'll go this one.
Okay, so now let's give a check from
I thought you had it all worked
Queen
out.
D1, Danny, Queen D1.
Oh,
Yeah, I kind of do.
is
Queen D1. And then Queen C4.
Okay, and now King A3.
And now Queen A1 and it's
Queen
game
A1
over.
mate.
We did it, Danny. We did it.
Fantastic. Yeah, very good. Yeah, and obviously Queen B4 allows Queen B3 mate. Yeah,
Very
well,
nice.
okay, that's great. That's really good. Okay, so it's gone. Another check on A7, Queen,
This
King
is
F6.
insanely precise play by both these players. You know, we're analyzing, Danny, and we have the option to take back and try different checks, but they just have one shot at this position.
They do. But, you know, Levon has to be careful that he's not repeating the position 3 times. I think we might be getting close.
Well, if that happens, we know that the game automatically stops.
Right. Well, he's got, like I said, he's got to be careful. Okay, queen check here, or queen check on E5. Queen E5 on the board. Queen E8. Is this getting anywhere? I don't know. Then he's going to, is he going to, do you know what? Levon has managed to put his queens in a very nice position so that B1 really isn't going to happen. So now he's going to run with his king. I think after the check start, he's going to run with his king up the board. I think this is very clever. So after this check, for example, he starts running.
Yeah, now that you've got this B1 square under complete control, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's try King H6. We'll keep giving checks. Let's go Queen H4 this time.
Okay, so here, I mean, it's whether this king can escape. I
Queen
just
G4.
Yeah, okay, I'll run this way.
Yeah, I'm kind of running out of checks now.
Yeah, so
Queen
here,
F4.
then I'll come, then I'll put the
Yeah,
queen
this is
away.
looking tough. Danny, let's keep up with the live board that we have because I see moves have been made.
I think that's the idea. I think Levon has, you know, planned this quite carefully, actually. Really interesting idea.
This is a very, very instructive gameplay, this portion with these two queens and how Levon's actually kept it together, defending that B1 square, setting up the king in a way that he hides it. Just amazing play by both players. And Black's king on A4 almost trapped. Every time Black was queening, he was getting checkmated.
Do you know what?
And Levon shaking his head. Why is Levon shaking his head? Is there a stalemate idea? No, there isn't.
I don't see it. I mean, I think he's found a great way to play. So I'm.
But he's got his hand on his head. He is not pleased, Danny. Why is Lev not pleased? I would be very pleased if I was white here.
Absolutely remarkable position. Well, I'm looking at the eval bar. Is this still active? Is this actually?
I can't see it. I can't see the eval bar. What is the eval bar saying?
Well, it says white is completely winning, but I don't know whether that's accurate or whether it's frozen, or because sometimes there's software glitches. But
usually when it's frozen, then we just have it at level. We don't have it stuck where it says one side is winning. So now I see the eval bar. So white is still winning.
Yeah,
but nobody's told Lev on that.
No, but I love this idea. I think it's a fantastic idea, putting the queens on this diagonal and then run with the king. Because if the king runs up the board, then we're yeah, here we go. It's perfect. And we're getting closer to a big check here, and that's game over.
Yeah. So the idea is that after queen e5, you go further down the board with king g4, and black's also running out of squares to give checks from.
Absolutely. I mean, in principle, this is nice anyway, because the queen is just going to run out of checks. The king
Actually, Danny, that would mean that Lev would wrap up set 1 in just 3 games if he wins this one.
I think it's gone. We've got
queen b1. So this is definitely trying. And look at that queen e7.
Tricky.
Just be careful. If you trade on e7, that's a stalemate, but he doesn't need to do that. The queen on b1 defends the queen on h7. Black has the a3 square.
Yeah, I don't think this is any real drama. No, it's gone. It's completely gone. Now put a queen in the way.
Yeah, maybe the b1 queen just to be safe and give black all the running space he needs.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, now it's game over.
He doesn't care. He doesn't. But now queen b2 check. He doesn't go for it.
Yeah, queen b2 check. Then you can play queen here, c2.
Oh yes. That's a check, and that's game over.
Can I show that, because it's such a funny position? Then I'm definitely going to take this on the next turn.
But let's just back up and show that queen b2 check is like the last trick that you put in a bullet game. Queen b2. If white trades, then that's the stalemate. But white can't pick it up with just one queen. He needs both queens, and then queen c2, as you're pointing out, is game over.
That's something
what a fascinating endgame, Danny.
There's something quite emphatic about queen c2. Yeah, nice stuff. So there we go. Levon wins that game and therefore wins the first set. That is it. It won't even go to game 4.
That is correct. Let's bring up our brackets. We've got one more game remaining in the rest of the 3 matchups that we've got. Now, Wesley So leveled his match against Jordan. And Danny, what was your take on that one? It felt very one-sided.
Wesley's game, yeah,
yes,
looked like a beautiful strategic squeeze to me. Not a lot of fun for black. So yeah, that's level. We've got Lei, who is leading against Ali Reza, so that we need to dive in on that one. And all square Nakamura against Artemiev. Listen, let's dive in and take a look at what's happening in Jorn van Forest against Wesley So, because we've got a really strange position on the board. Can we go from the top?
We have to go from the top in this one. I mean, there's no way you can just tune into it. I mean, that's a mad live board that we have in front of us.
It's the good old Berlin. Everyone used to say, oh, the boring Berlin.
How do you go from a Berlin into that position? How do you go from left to right on my screen? I don't understand.
Because yeah, that's what I was going to say. You know, everyone used to decry the Berlin and saying this is the death of chess. The Berlin leads to absolutely fascinating, complex positions, in my experience, or at least in many of the current lines. Excuse me, h6. Feels like my voice is just being shredded with all this action, actually. I think, do you know what? I kind of lost it yesterday when...
Danny, we've got Lev with us in our studio. He's wrapped up his match. Let's hear it from the winner of set 1.
Game there. How nerve-wracking and exciting and hard was that to play?
Since I was leading in the match, you know, it's kind of a risk-free environment. So it's pleasant just to try and to score a win if possible. So it's... situation that, of course, it's very pleasant to find, you know, to get in.
Yeah, of course, we were following the bar the whole game. It was saying 100 chance winning for you for a long time, but we did see you shake your head quite a lot there. So these queen end games, how hard are they to play?
Yeah, I was shaking my head. The reason was I wasn't sure I'm doing the right thing, because at some point I saw a different path for me, and I was a bit nervous. But yeah, then I calculated and saw that it was not such an oversight. So things are okay.
All right. And going into this quarterfinal against Shakhriyar Mamadjaro, what was your plan against his style?
Well, he's a tough opponent. Last time he upset me with his tactical style. So, well, not that I was playing too solidly, especially the second game, but I was generally trying to calculate a lot and to focus and to keep, you know, my attention at all times, because he's a very tricky player. So, but I'm sure he is going to come tomorrow with a lot of tricks up his sleeve, so I will have to continue doing what I'm doing.
Yeah. What will be your plan day 2? We know you're great at you know, finishing off these matches.
I'll try to just continue what I was doing today. Just maybe I will look at some opening ideas. I think what I got today in the second game was risky, so just to be more solid.
All right. Levon, yeah?
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask Levon, yesterday in the final game, you actually played 1b3 against Adiban. Can you tell us the thinking behind that one? Does that just show you're enjoying the tournament?
Yeah, you know, since the game from sports sense didn't matter so much anymore, I was qualified and he was not. I just thought to have some fun and to play Adiban's opening. But yeah, I've got into trouble, and I managed to win that game, but of course not because of my great opening idea.
All right, well, we're looking forward to seeing your opening ideas tomorrow. Levon, good luck on the final day of quarterfinals, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Levon Aronian, the first player in the quarterfinals to win the first match. Second one coming up tomorrow. Now we're following Jordan van Foreest and Wesley. So, final game of today, Jordan van Foreest, the bar.
Tani, that was interesting. You remember we were talking about Levon's choice of 1b3 in that last game against Adi, and Adi lost that game, but you know, he had something good. I mean, something good going for him, because he can always say that B3 is that good that even when Black gets a good position out of it, Black still loses.
That's right, yeah. And as Levon said, there was nothing at stake. He wanted to have a bit of fun. So that's what you do. When you want a bit of fun, you play B3, and yeah, it's fine. You know, he's saying it's not a serious opening. I think it is. I think it is a serious.
No, I think he meant more that it wasn't a serious game for him because he had already qualified and stuff. Yeah. I think B3's been proving itself to be pretty tricky so far. But Danny, speaking of fun, that's a lot of fun on the board, right where you are right now. Yeah, Wesley So against Jordan van Foreest, the final game in their set 1. The score is level. The position looks completely wild.
Okay, so let's have a look. Yeah, if queen takes rook, then bishop takes rook. Who knows what was going on there, but anyway, this has happened. And bishop f5. I guess in some ways bishop f5, you know, it covers h3, so maybe he's looking to, you know, kind of lock things down with bishop g4. Is that the idea? Just going back here, yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm just kind of contemplating this position. I was looking at some tricky stuff with rook takes and trying to make this work somehow. I was wondering if there's something here with queen g6, then the king has to go here. Anyway, listen, that's completely irrelevant because we've got this on the board. So here, check. And Wesley to play this. I mean, this is really delicate, isn't it? I mean, one false move from well, either player, and it's over. Well, he can play an endgame if he wants to. Bishop takes g6.
But there's f2 hanging, right? Bishop g6 is bishop.
Yeah, but this is, yeah, sure, but
you don't care.
Yeah, well, I care a little bit, but basically we're going to arrive at this endgame, and I assume that white is better here, because this rook isn't very well placed. The bishop's got to move. I mean, these pawns look quite dangerous to me. I mean, it just feels like a very promising endgame for white to me. Maybe even winning straight away, actually, because something like if the bishop moves back, I don't know, let's say here, then king up, and once these get going, I mean, black's king could be in trouble. I don't know. Listen, that was
let's
just
also point out, Danny, that bishop d4 in that position, attacking the b2 pawn. Actually, that rook that you've been talking about on h4 gets trapped after king g3 in that endgame.
Oh, right. What at the end here?
Yeah, king g3 takes on e6, and if you try to win a tempo with bishop d4, I think this just runs into king g3, and I don't see a square for the rook.
Yeah. That's well, h8. It's not
h8.
Not the most beautiful square.
But at least you're alive, and h4, and this is definitely game over.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the bishop has to come back somewhere else. But no, but I think this could be pretty promising for white, actually.
But Wesley playing it pragmatically, he doesn't take a chance of giving that f2 pawn up. He is going to trade the queens, but he keeps the f2 pawn alive. There's a little bit of sense in that. But the only thing is, Danny, that means that queen g6, bishop g6, black can pick up the h3 pawn instead.
True. Yeah, you mean Jordan. It's Jordan with white pieces.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but still looks very promising for white to me. So the h pawn drops, but okay, let's think how we do this.
So rook g3 is a threat, picking up the g5 pawn, so watch out.
Okay, fair enough. But anyway, king g2 is the move I want to make.
And again, I'm struggling to find a good square for my rook.
Yeah. I think this is really nice for Jordan, actually.
Oh my God, actually, it's a really big question. Where does the rook go? Because rook h4, you've got king g3.
Exactly, and we're just, this is the plan. We're just going to push, and of course, white's rook is in the perfect position on the e file. It looks great. So, Wesley has played king g7 instead.
And that makes a lot of sense because rook h3 wasn't possible. So Jordan being very precise by taking on g6 with the queen and calculating that black can't actually win the pawn back. And now you have to be a little careful because you might think you can fall back bishop f5, controlling everything, but bishop f5 could run into rook f4.
Yeah,
attacking that bishop on f5 and the pawn on f2.
Let me just show that, Tanya. So here, and yeah, so that's why the bishop has gone all the way back to b1. But perhaps it doesn't make that much difference because h3 is still met by king g2. And I mean, the great thing about this position from white's viewpoint is that there is a very, very clear plan and a very obvious plan to push the king and the pawns up the board. The rook's still in a beautiful position. So that's why he's gone rook h5. Can't
G6,
play.
You have to play g6 now because you can't go f4 as you're pointing out.
Yeah, but g6 is not a happy move, is it? Can we? I'm looking at h4. Whether we can throw this in. Does this make a difference? But of course, this is now a threat. But I'm just trying to keep those pawns together. Maybe this isn't possible. But wait a second. Check. No, it doesn't make a difference. Let's just have a think here because this is an absolutely critical moment. I don't really want to play g6, but we might have to.
You might have to keep that pawn alive. And after g6, there is rook e7 check coming in. I don't see another way to actually keep that pawn in the game. He goes rook e7 check first and king f8. So now this means that he wants to just pick up the queenside pawns. Rook c7 played, rook g5.
Well, he's better. It's a pity to do this because obviously white's advantage on the king side just kind of dissipates.
Yeah, not getting that strong feeling that white is dominating this endgame anymore.
Well, I mean, obviously there's only one player that can win this. Nevertheless, feels like black is in with a shot now.
I think a real shot, actually. I
So
mean, it's not the
drawing.
bishop.
Yeah, a drawing, of course, we mean. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop takes b2. You just trade one more pawn off. You're just a pawn down, and I think f2 is a big weakness. And knowing Wesley and his defensive resources, I think he's going to hold this one.
Yeah. I think that was the critical moment, wasn't it? Let's just go back. Let's go back. I mean, let's have a look at g6. It's a pretty good pawn, but it's just a pity it gives away lots of dark squares. So
I have one question, Danny. In these kind of positions, rook e5, bishop e5, is that lost?
okay, that's a very reasonable question.
Because there can be a blockade along the dark squares. Maybe this was the point.
Well, okay.
Okay, then you take on b2. Pick up as many
sorry. Okay, I'm going to play there. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not sure if black actually holds these positions or not.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
a possibility, though.
It is, yeah, but still tricky. The thing is, that king can travel.
Yeah, but black is gonna probably put the king on f6. But yeah, I'm not sure. But none of that happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He decided to not save the g pawn.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by that. That would still be. But in any case, that looks far more difficult for black to hold than this endgame, seems to me.
I think Wesley's holding this one. Bishop d4. The f2 pawn is weak.
And the bishop has a stable square on b6. I think that's important.
All right, Danny, we already have a result on the Hikaru Vladislav game. So that's a draw. That means 4 draws. And with that, set 1 tied for Hikaru and Artemiev. Meanwhile, Lei Kwang Liam, Alireza Firouzja, should we take a look at that one?
Ooh, crazy position. Really interesting. Okay, we better go from the top. Wait a second. Nice. Oh, sharp. Wait a second. So what happens on this one? Here, takes. This didn't happen. Fantastic compensation. Because look, this knight can barely move. We can give a check. Okay, let's give a check. Bishop b7, queen d3, king d8, queen d3 anyway. Amazing. And look, Alireza down to 8 minutes already. So it's gone. It's gone. Takes, d6. So white is a pawn down, but has
successfully stopped black from castling easily and has really built up the pressure on that e7 pawn with the rook on e1 and bishop on g5. Look at white's development. Look at black's development. I don't think anyone cares about that extra pawn currently.
c3. So is he just going to get out? Maybe he has to just get out very quickly. I suspect. Let's have a look.
E7?
Yeah, and now rook e8.
Got to come back with that bishop. So do you go bishop g5?
Or just move the bishop back to f3?
Oh, that's also nice, yeah.
Well, feels promising for white, doesn't
castle on the board, by the way, Danny. Sensing the tension and the pressure and the dangers on the e file, black decides to give away the pawn again.
I don't trust this for black. I have a feeling this could be very, very good for white. With this
in this position, what if you actually taking on d4 is not good? Yeah, no, we've got to develop. Okay, what happens after knight d7, knight e5? You just go knight c6 or what?
Oh, well, given the invitation, I guess I will.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
And I was thinking about knight e5 here.
Well, that is also another invitation for a very thematic sacrifice. But actually, strangely,
if you take the knight on e5, I'm going to take the bishop on e7.
Ah, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, maybe bishop e5 is possible, but I'm not even going to look at it.
Okay. Yeah. Of course, that was my idea to take here and then take and d6 and so on. Anyway, irrelevant. As you say, taking on e7, of course, is very sensible. And well, I'm not going to say it solves all black's problems, but it's certainly an improvement for black. Let's put it like that. But let me go back, because there's actually in this position.
Can you just take on d6?
Yeah, exactly. There was
Yeah, I think you just take on d6, and there's.
Yeah, that's not bad. So, can he just take on e7? This is the position on the board.
All right, Danny, we'll come back to this. Let's get an update on the Jordan Van Foreest Wesley game, because some developments there. White has managed to push those pawns f4, h5. That's definitely progress for Jordan.
It is. Are we worried yet? I don't know.
We are mildly worried.
We are mildly worried. Yeah. I kind of like this idea to bring this bishop to b3 to sort of force this one forward, and then we can start attacking the king. Yeah, this is still unpleasant for black, it has to be said. I mean, I suppose the good news from White's perspective is that White can play this for a million years. You know, black can't exchange pieces. This is the problem. So very interesting. Yeah, he's pressing. But is it going to be good enough? I don't know. I still think he can hold this.
Bishop c1 played, so it's really making sure that the king and the rook are tied down to that f pawn. I think at some point White has to go f5, give bishop g6 check.
Yeah, but I prefer this. I prefer bishop c2 to b3 actually.
Right now, immediately?
Yeah, if I play this.
Okay, let's try and step away with the king e7.
Right, so I just want to try and drag this pawn forward, because that will give White more possibilities. So, for example, d4, maybe just king e4. That feels like White has made big progress, because suddenly this becomes quite a serious option, actually.
Sorry, so how's it going? Bishop c2, your idea on the board, Danny.
Yeah, this is tricky for Wesley. Very tricky now. He's certainly under pressure. Ooh, clock times, 2 minutes for Jordan, and Wesley has 3 minutes.
Danny, can you once again point out why it's so dangerous for black to push d4?
Well, it just yeah, gives away all these dark square, these light squares. So king f8 on the board. So bishop b3. Suddenly we can see that after this move, White's pieces are combining beautifully. Basically, the bishop and pawn on dark squares, they don't complement each other. Suddenly White has got control of all these light squares. You know, this rook can invade, supported by the bishop. Black's king actually is in serious pressure here, under serious pressure. You know, suddenly there's kind of a mating attack, isn't there? Is possible. So, well, Wesley's done it. He's played d4. I think the problem is his options are limited here. He can't hold the pawn on d5. So, you know, after rook d6, probably that pawn can be forced forward anyway. So he's gone d4, but I think he's in big trouble now. If Jordan converts this, then, well, we've got to tip our hat, because we didn't think he could make anything of this, but it looks very strong to me. Played a safety first move, bishop c4, just making sure that pawn isn't going anywhere.
Very instructive how he's provoked that d5 pawn a square further to weaken the light square so that there can be threats against black's king. With rook g8 ideas. The problem with bishop c4 is that it's not a stable square. So rook c6 attacks it. And now you still have to find where. So he comes back, bishop d3, not allowing the pawn to go because d3, d2 would be real counterplay.
Yeah, sorry, if I can just come back to this position. I'm guessing that after king e4, he was probably concerned about d3.
Maybe d3, just go d3.
And, you know, that starts to get tricky. So that's messy. But yeah, it's messy. So that's why he's looking for something cleaner. But this looks like, yeah, Wesley is fighting hard. This is tricky.
Okay, just a question. Rook g8, king g8, bishop c4 is still an endgame that is holdable for black, right?
I suspect if black simply plays like
Yeah,
this.
because the d pawn is should be holdable.
I think, yeah.
Just d3.
I don't think that's good enough with these pawns.
Okay.
He goes rook g1. But absolutely. I mean, I think one has to watch these things. It's put rook g1. Wow.
That allows rook e3 check. Can we just take a look at that, Danny? Rook g1, it hits the bishop on c1. Rook e3, you're going to go up with the king to g4. Rook takes d3, rook c1. That's a tough endgame for black.
I suppose so. But I'm surprised that Jordan has allowed this, actually. I mean, instead of that, I was sort of thinking, oh no, bishop e4 allows d3. This tricky move again. Yeah, interesting. D3. Okay, it's gone. Rook g1, bishop e3, rook h1. All right. So he's achieved something, actually.
He's achieved something. He's put the rook behind the pawn. He's threatening h6, h7. And if you go rook f6, he can always defend that with rook h4 and have the same threat. So king g7 stops that h5 pawn from advancing further.
But at least, Wesley has brought his bishop to a good square. In a sense, it's the same problem for Jordan here, because if he advances that pawn, he gives away a lot of dark squares. And that's an issue.
King g4 on the board.
Now, yeah, here we go. He doesn't want to play f5. It's on the same color as the bishop. That's why bishop f5 has come.
But now d3 is possible. Is he going to go for d3 in this position?
It is, yeah.
Because if you trade off the d pawn for the f pawn, I think it just makes black's life a lot easier to hold this position.
But that's very forcing, isn't it? I mean, I don't think you can live with a pawn on d2. So takes. Take with a check. Getting closer to a draw.
100%. By the way, he played d3 and now white went king to f3. So still keeping some chances alive, hopes alive. If rook f5, king e3 is there. And if not, then where do you move your bishop? Do you go bishop d2?
I assume bishop d2. Let's see. Or now rook d1.
Rook d1, then you go rook f5, rook h5.
Wait a second. How do we assess this one?
I think there should be a draw, no? Not sure what's the way. Maybe rook a5.
Let's just say maybe.
No, but I think, Danny, this shouldn't be that tough because black's king is well placed. You go rook a5. Your rook is kind of active, and then you just put the king to f6. By the way, we have something similar, but he decided to go.
He's played rook f5. So
after king e3, he wants to go d2.
Okay, we could be, as you say, arriving at something very similar to this.
Very similar. I think he's going to show us because he is going to give d1 and pick up that h pawn for the d pawn. King h6. Wait, what is this, Danny? Rook h4.
Yeah, rook h4.
Oh, rook d5. Rook h4, rook d5.
Okay, let's just have a quick look. We can't break this. Probably not.
King d2 has to be played, and that should be fine for black.
I guess so. Yeah, rook here.
He goes rook d1.
Yeah, okay, so as you say, rook d1. Wait a second. Yeah, so we're gonna. King's not well placed though, is it?
This is a slightly worse version of what we saw for black.
Are you sure? Because now rook d2, he might play rook a3 here. This might be a kind of a very safe way to play it. Yeah. Now it's just a draw basically.
So do you take on a2?
Yes, I think so.
Or is he going to take on h5?
I think he's going to take on a2.
So king h5 is similar to what we saw. By the way, he goes for king h5. I feel he's just going to go king g6, king f7.
Okay, let's see. Oh, or maybe an even simpler way to play after a3, king g4.
Very active.
Because actually, I don't think white gets out of this.
He goes king e4. Okay, now this should be just rook a2, no? And you just hold this position every time.
Yep.
Unless you're walking into a mate, which I don't think you are.
Yeah. Oh, and king g4 anyway. Yeah, seriously, Tanya, I think that was the issue, actually, that in this position, I think that just kind of kills it, basically.
Right.
And after this, after a3, again, king g4, I don't think there's a good move for white in this position, because the rook can't come here. This is taken. The king has no move, and black just threatens to play rook a4 and take the pawn. I mean, actually, white has no move in this position.
And I think, Danny, we're seeing a repetition because of all these ideas. White is not able to keep up the pawn, and that's it. This game has ended in a draw. And with that, set 1 is level between Jordan and Wesley. But have to say, Jordan really playing very, very well and kept things under control. In fact, he was the one pushing in most games. Danny, we've got action in our Lei Kwang Liam Ali Reza game, and this position is absolutely. What is this position? I have no idea.
Hang on. First of all, can we count the pieces? That's a good start. And I'm noticing that is an extra knight.
It's an extra knight, but black has no extra pawn for the knight.
Okay, well counted. I know it's late I know it's very late in the evening for you. Yeah.
That is a full piece. That's crazy. The white is a full piece up. So where's black's compensation? Well, he can pick up the c3 pawn, and the b3 pawn is pretty strong. So there's still some compensation in the position.
Right. So the queen is attacked again. I've spotted that. So, oh, interesting.
Where
so
do you go?
Queen comes back here. Then there's bishop c2.
There's b2.
There's b2 as well. Oh, listen, this is kicking off.
This is not just a piece. This is an extra piece, but with too much going on in the position.
Okay, let's kind of slow down and have a think here. Oh, there might be moves like
Queen f1 played.
Got queen f1. Okay, all right. That's
a move.
It's a move, but it doesn't solve all the problems, does it?
It doesn't, because you still have b2. You can still take on c3, and both are very attractive options.
Yeah. Okay, which one?
Which one? Queen c3, I just feel might allow rook c1.
Okay, all right. Let me show you this line. So rook c1. Okay, here's what I want to do. I'm going to take.
Whoa.
And play b2.
Oh my god, that is a stunning line. That is insane.
Yeah, but is that winning?
Black just winning?
Or is the d pawn running? No.
No. Bishop on f5.
Yeah. Sure. Okay, you can take a pawn. Wait a second. Listen, black is better. We know that, but there might be some chances to hold this.
Wow. But he
no.
decides to go for b2 anyway. He doesn't take on c3. That's a stunning line with this idea. Maybe after queen c1, there was bishop c1, Danny, and that's why it doesn't work.
Oh, sorry.
Did I overlook as you're saying?
Did I overlook something stupid? Oh, okay, I got too excited. Oh, but listen, in this position, I'll just play b2 instead. That's okay. I'll do it like that way. That's better.
Yeah, this probably could work. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so all right. Just a little tweaking.
Yeah, but these are tricks that white needs to watch out for.
Yeah. Okay, so it's gone. b2 takes. Wow. 2 passed pawns. I find it, my brain has just turned to complete mush. I find it very difficult to analyze this.
Okay, so bishop f6, and
okay,
let's go d7. Let's try and play the most direct way, Danny.
Yeah, I mean,
what about bishop d7, rook e1? Does the most direct way just lose on the spot?
Okay, good. We can, yeah. Okay, so that's not on. I'm just curious as to why he played bishop f6 actually, and not something more direct.
That's a great question. No idea.
Okay, maybe he wants to. I know. So he wants to be able to play. Right, here it is. Because if he'd played this straight away, here, and here, after d7, rook here, then queen. So basically what he's done is he threw in bishop f6 So now he's threatening to play here. I think that's the logic behind it. Anyway, we've got more moves. It's gone here, check.
Whoa, that's an intermezzo. That's a nice little intermezzo, hitting the rook on e8 before capturing the bishop on e7. And is this something that Alireza completely missed out on? Because I am not liking black's position anymore. White just goes d takes e7 wherever you move the rook. The pawn is queening on e8, and we've got comeback kid with us, Wesley. So in Oslo, let's hear it from Wesley.
Just heard you now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it was really a very bad day from me. Or maybe Jordan just played really well, but obviously based on the positions, very lucky to get 2 points. I was in severely big pressure with the black pieces. So today clearly it's not my day. I mean, just so many mistakes today. Hopefully I play much better tomorrow. But props to Jordan, of course, for playing extremely well today. But I think, game one, we both missed some chances. Also game four, very crucial. I mean, I saw that I was completely lost after on move 25. If rook takes f8 and queen e6, it's just... And then after king h8, white has rook e2. I was pretty much ready to resign.
Ooh. All right. Well, of course, we also remember game two. It was a short game. I mean, we rarely see you lose at all, Wesley. And then after not too many moves, you lost that one. What happened? What went wrong for you?
Yeah, it's just a disaster. First of all, in the opening, I think I'm supposed to play h6 first before knight e7 on move 5. So if Jordan goes for this variation, then at least my pawn is on h6, which is very important actually, as it controls the dark squares. And then the position was very complicated. Maybe castling on the king side also was bad. But I think pretty much Jordan played all the best moves in that game. And on move 12, it was my only chance. It was my last chance to maintain equality. So I had to push my f-pawn, f4 on move 12. And I think it's pretty much holding. But it's the only move, and it's very hard to find. And the way I play in the game is just game over. But technically my position on game 2 looks pleasing, but my king is just super vulnerable. So I just didn't have I just couldn't consolidate. And when Jordan found g4, it was basically GG. So yeah, embarrassing game. But it happens when you get double f-pawns and all that. Also, Jordan is a very aggressive attacking player, so I think it suits his style very well, the positions he got today.
Yeah. And how do you mentally recover from such a bad game? Because you came back in game 3 and you managed to win.
Yeah, I think the fact is I've done it many times before. Most important thing is to forget about the last game very quickly. It's very important to have a short memory in chess and to take each game as if it's the very first round of the tournament. That's always my mindset. But it's very difficult, of course, after a tough loss. I was walking back and forth in my room during the break, just clearing my mind, taking deep breaths. And I just remind myself that I've been in this situation so many times in my career. And I mean, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I still get one more try tomorrow. So I just try to play my game. But the third game also was very bad, actually. So every game was very bad today. But I think with white, I'm getting decent positions out of the opening. But with black, I just get all these disastrous positions where I get caught in Jordan's preparation.
Yeah. All right. Well, Wesley, one more day of quarterfinals, so anything can still happen. Best of luck tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I should also focus on my match. I think all the matches today were pretty exciting, so I was watching other matches in between the games, but I should focus on winning mine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We wish you the best of luck, Wesley. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right. That one has finished, and also actually now the quarterfinal match just finished, and I haven't looked at it, but Liam Kwangle, he was up by 1 point against Alireza Borussia.
Wow, that game too was really GG for Jordan, as Wesley put it. Not just that, Lei Kwang Liam winning his final game against Alireza. And Danny, with that, taking set 1, can we just go through what happened and the final sequence of moves that we missed?
So after bishop f6, we were kind of shocked at this slow move. And in fact, Lei found a really nice refutation of this. So knight e7 and queen b5, very easy move to overlook, of course, a little intermezzo, hitting the rook. Bishop takes pawn. Yeah, I mean, I guess if the rook moves, then we can just take this. And, well, white is a rook up here, and
f7.
A quick counterattack here.
And let's just show why black couldn't queen Danny at that moment, because there's queen f7. If you go b1, there's queen f7, queen g8 on the board, and that would be game over.
Okay, so yeah, that was it.
Wow,
Nasty.
bishop e5. Look at the construction, Danny. Bishop on d5, hitting f7, bishop on e5, hitting that queen, and no good squares. You can move the queen to e7, but then simply white trades and picks up that pawn on b2, which is the only fighting point in black's position.
There we go. Game over. That's an extra rook. Looked like a crazy game. We blinked. We missed it. And yeah, so Alireza loses that first set. So we need to see the brackets. What's happened? What are the scores from today?
Danny, after that day of wild chess, this is where we stand. Now, Jordan Van Foreest, Wesley So end the day with 2-2, but the games, oh my God. What was that fight? Jordan took on the early lead, winning game 2 in just 19 moves. Wesley's first defeat in the Chessable Masters. Wesley bouncing straight back in game 3, and game 4 was a very difficult save. Wesley managed to do it. But many of us were speaking about this at the start of the round, Danny, that how Wesley is a favorite in this match. But going with the way things have gone in set 1, cannot underestimate Jordan. He was the one in driving seat in most of these games, except that game 3. Wesley managed to survive a scare today. Let's see what happens in their final set tomorrow. Alireza against Lei Kwang Liam. Lei Kwang Liam actually dominating their set 1, 3-1 with 2 wins with the white pieces. The fourth game was absolutely wild. It was something that Alireza needed to do. It was a win on demand for him. He tried, he made a mess on the board, but Lei Kwang Liam holding it solid. Levon Aronian wrapped up his set 1 in just 3 games. 2 wins back-to-back in game 2 and game 3. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has to win on demand to force a playoff in set 2. Hikaru Nakamura, Vladislav Artemiev, 4 draws, and that was 2-2. There's a little mistake on that one. And with that, that means, Danny, that Lei Kwang Liam and Levon lead their set. Alireza and Shak have to win on demand the final set of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I tell you what, impressive play by Levon. I mean, you know, he's playing incredibly strong player in Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and he continued his strategy of playing very quickly and just kind of trusting his judgment. And boy, was his judgment good today. I mean, really, really impressive, I have to say, from Levon.
And who can forget that queen endgame, that precise play in that with 4 queens, potentially 4 queens on the board. Absolutely agree with that. Danny, which player impressed you the most? Was it Lev?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I know. I mean, he looks in really fantastic form. Of course, Jordan Van Foreest did very well to hold Wesley, but I think he might be kicking himself for the final 2 games, actually, because okay, a very nice strategic squeeze from Wesley, but actually I thought Jordan, he just got a bad position out of the opening. And it was like only, you know, as they say, only 2 results were possible from that one. So bad opening choice. And then in the 4th game, I think he could have made more of that. You know, I mean, Wesley played incredibly well to hold a difficult endgame, but I think Jordan will be kicking himself for not squeezing in that endgame, basically.
I think the Artemiev Hikaru match was the most level one. with things in control by both these players pretty much in all 4 games. High level chess, not too many mistakes made. Jordan, super impressive for me, Danny, today, playing against Wesley. Such a beast in these formats and holding his own, and in fact taking that early lead with just a 19-move win. And Lei Kwang Liam 3-1 against Ali Reza. Also a fantastic performance when it came down to finding these precise tactics. Lei Kwang Liam did it so well. And Danny, what do you think? What do you think about tomorrow? Are we going to witness any playoffs?
We might well do. I think, Artemiev against Nakamura is looking the most likely. Of course, they do have really matched each other. I'm still favoring Naka for that one. I think Wesley had a shock today. I still think he's going to pull that one off. Well, Ali Reza, he's being outclassed, and that's a surprise for me, actually. And, well, Levon, of course, heavy favorite to go through. But, yeah, that's actually, to be honest, that's the one that surprised me the most. The fact that Lei has really outclassed Ali Reza in this match.
Yeah, but also let's not forget that Lei actually had a really good performance in the preliminaries as well.
Yeah.
He was always in the top half of the table. Never really struggled to make his way through to the across from the preliminaries into the quarters. So he's definitely in form, Danny. Ali Reza has a big task up ahead of him, and as does Shark. I think Levon, he played absolutely fantastic today. We've got a crucial deciding set coming up tomorrow. Danny, a big shout out to all our audience who joins us across platforms, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Chess24, who checks us whenever we go wrong with variations. We're always telling us what is the right way to play. Chat knows best. And of course, and to our sponsors, without whom the tour wouldn't be possible. Opera, our official browsing partners. I've been using them for a while now, ever since the tour started, and their Opera GX browser is the one that I highly recommend. Check that out if you're into gaming. I think you're going to really enjoy it, chat. And of course, Airthings, for making sure that the players have the best possible environment so that their brains can work to the best of their ability so that we are entertained, Danny.
Do you know what, Tania? As a commentator, I think I need a bit of an air quality test. It's pretty hot and humid here. Not quite in the League of Delhi. However, I think I might be getting in touch with Airthings and looking for one of those little gadgets. They look good to me.
All right, Airthings, if you're watching this, please send one across to Danny. We need it in our studio as well. Thank you so much, Danny. It was a blast doing the quarterfinals with you, as it's every day. And we look forward to seeing our chat and our audience tomorrow. We'll catch you for second set of the quarterfinals.
Thanks, Tania. See you, everyone. Bye now.
First thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings. Breathe better. Live better.
Freedom! So fresh, so new. Freedom! It's all for you. All for you. Freedom! Keep your ear to the ground. Talking about the freedom. It's the best show in town. Best show in town. Freedom!
Hi viewers, hope you're all having a great day, and welcome to my little update on the Chessable Create Your Own Chess Course competition, where anyone has been allowed to try and create a chess course that they think will win the $5,000 prize for the course that's picked by the experts, me and other people, not just me, so don't blame me if it's not your course. And again, there's been a great range of courses, and this next course is a brilliant one. It's I'm not a beginner, but I'm not a beginner. Or is it beginner, I'm a beginner? I'm a beginner. Anyway, the course is for those chess players who know the rules, but they don't know what the next step is. So I'm sure that's a lot of you out there. And if it is you, make sure you go to Chessable and check this course out. This course, with all the other ones, will be available. Even if they're not winners, they'll still be there and you can check them out. Perfect course for players who know the rules but want to take the next step in their chess development. And the author's identity, well, it hasn't been mentioned. So could it possibly be Kaja in the studio? Is she trying to do a little bit of moonlighting job on the side? As well as getting her presenter fee, she's trying to win the course. She's trying to take over the world. Or is it someone else? We will have to see. So let's just have a look and get a feel for one of the things in the course. Well, I like knights. Knights are my favourite pieces. They're tricky little guys jumping around. And as in lots of Chessable, well, all Chessable courses, you get the informational, which is meaning like, you know, there's a bit of a book you can read, you can view it, gain your information. But then one way to really acquire knowledge is to test out things that you have learned. So put your knowledge and test your knowledge. Otherwise, you don't really get to grips of things. So it's white to play here, and you've got to find a good knight move. And the knight move is knight d6, a typical fork. And you can see it tests your pattern recognition throughout the course and just improves your awareness of the board, and you can progress to that next stage in your development. So another excellent course there, which a lot of you will be interested, I'm sure, in purchasing. Maybe a great present as well for those of you in your family who are just getting into chess, maybe your son, daughter, or even grandma. You know, keep that mind active.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.